Hi. Oh, where the hell is my thing? I have something in my eye. Hello, hi, welcome. I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to wait till Teto was done. Anyways, hi, welcome. I was like, did she get it? Did she win it? My lovely, lovely winner today is Nikki, my wife. But hello, dog. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Kai. Hi, Fox. I see you with the wee. Bah. I'm sorry, it's my me saying hello just fucking sounds like Spider-Man's hello, Nanny. Fucking Kodiak all the time. Anyways, hi. Hello, hi, welcome. I should close my window a little bit. It's a little bright. I made my music start playing on my phone. How did I do that? I opened up my headphones. That's what I get. That's what I get for doing that. Oh my god. Yeah, it's playing on my phone. The app isn't even open. It's not even open now. Give me back this computer. Agony. It is my Disney shirt. I bought it yesterday when my sister-in-law bought it for me. She paid for it. I got us the discount the whole day. I felt bad. I didn't want to buy it. It's fucking expensive, dude. Because, Nikki, you went recently. Shit's fucking expensive there now, bro. I did get a giant cookie. That's worth every penny. Giant cookie, worth every penny. What's expensive? Disney things. Disney merch is so expensive. Hi, Joel. Yeah. But yes, I do have a Disney shirt on because I bought it yesterday, and now I need to wear the hell out of it because it's a Christmas one. So I need to. But how is everybody? Quiet. Thank you. How much?
Doubloons.
Doubloons. Yes. Thank you for
Doubloons.
paying your doubloon tax. You pay me, and then I pay you all your doubloons. Hee. And I always get souvenirs, but we didn't get anything because that popcorn bucket from Disney. The Christmas popcorn bucket, quite pretty. Dude, yeah, it's so fucking expensive. Like, I usually buy Spirit jerseys, but I'm sick and tired of Spirit jerseys now because I have too many. And also because I will not, and will never, because I never fucking make it, an Indiana Jones one. That's the only one that I would buy that's, like, left that I don't have. But I fucking hate Indiana Jones, and they have a sweatshirt for him. It's a fucking logo just plastered on it. And it's like $60. I'm like, give me real merch. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. How is everybody? I just made my friends happy because I booked a day to take them to Disney. And and as I repeat, she wouldn't mind me saying this. My dear, my love, my Kiva. Where is it? Where did she write that? She said, guys, I'm gonna piss my pants. I'm so happy. I repeat, that is what Kiva said, and she is very happy. I love my children. I knocked that all down. Good job, me. Good job. Oh, fucking Linton sent me a picture on Monday. I didn't see it till today. I went to go see what he sent me, and I saw the picture. I was like, oh, who the hell is he with? I looked at it, and I was like, wait a fucking minute. That's my coworker. He was with my coworker. How the fuck? Bro, that was a jump scare. So help. Whoa, Disney trip? Yeah, so I'm gonna take all the chat with me to Disneyland. That'd be crazy. I did see somebody streaming there. That was also crazy. Very weird. Weird experiencing that. What do you need help with, my love? That's how it's doing? And I'm so full. Oh my god, yeah, you said you said your company fed you. What did your company feed you? IRL stream. Flu, no! No! I need to get my flu shot so I don't get that. That sounds like so I don't catch what you have. Can't get sick. That's awful, disgusting, and horrifying. Maybe not horrifying, but I don't like being sick, so it's horrifying. I hope you feel better. Can I send you soup? I don't think the soup would be good by the time it got to you, but I could send it to you. I don't even think you'll be sick by the time the soup arrives if I sent you soup. But you know, it's the thought that counts. Nikki, I need to cut my hair. I don't want to cut my bangs because then I feel like I'm going to go to Angie and she's going to be disappointed in me. IRL stream would be interesting. What the fuck? How? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I love that guy. You funny as hell. What the hell? Why the hell? Why the hell you just asking people if they know me? But so Linton just told me because he goes to dance and so he went to dance last on Monday and he said we were talking and I was like, "Do you know Sarah? What the hell are you asking people? Do you know Sarah? What the hell are you asking people to?" He's outing me in public. Damn. I had a friend who wanted to do something. He didn't tell me he was sick, even though it was just a cold. I caught it and I told him if he ever. Oh my god, if he ever gets me sick again, we are no longer friends. And I was serious. One, as you should, just the turn of the events of it, I told him, if he ever, I can just hear it, if you ever get me sick again. No, because I tell people all the time, even for like acting wise while we're doing rehearsals and whatnot, if you do not feel well, one, either if it's just like you're the last leg of it, wear a mask. Don't sit near people. Use hand sanitizer. Take care of yourself. Don't get me sick. But also, if you're sick, go fucking home. Go fucking home. I don't want you there. Go fucking home. Because I get sick very, hi Fire, also hi Liger. I get sick very easily, Steve. So I get sick. Oh, emoji. I don't want to get sick. So fucking go home. I get so upset when I get sick, even if it's so, you're so real for that. Oh, turkey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Potatoes, green bean, pie. Oh, blueberry cobbler. Do love cranberry sauce. Damn, they fucking fed you, dog. They expect you to work after feeding you all that? No slushies on the double slap sushi? No! I couldn't read that. Like, I could not read that. Hand sanitizer, hand, yes. I always go out of my way if I'm sick, I let people know, and if they choose to be around me, it's their choice. Real as hell. You know, that's fair. Also, Mochi is here. Laptop is... Oh, did the transfer work? Well, obviously it worked, but, like, did it go smoothly? Fire? Can't go home. I need money. You're so real. But, like, they expect you to work afterwards? After, like... Use the correct choice of words, me. After feeding you so much food? Wasn't blueberry, it's blackberry? Ah. Either way, I think because I had a blueberry, Really? You're gonna sneeze all over everything? Girly, you have... Come here. Yeah, you sneezed. It's getting colder. You gotta take care of yourself. I know you're gonna hate me right now. Blow your nose. There you go. You have boogers, girly. You gotta blow your nose. Get your butt out of here. You're sneezing on everything. I had a blueberry Danish yesterday. Either way, cobbler is really good. Cobbler? I hardly know her. If I can do read tomorrow, I can always do Stardew Farm today. Okay, well, you take it easy with Stardew today. If you can't do read tomorrow, okay. That's okay. I was like, why is my lighting and everything different now? Because my cat's butt is in the way. Kai, don't worry about that though. If you're sick, even today, like, take it easy. If you only could do a little bit, or if we can do short day of farm today. And my short day, like, you know, we don't do 5 or 6 hours. We do our short farm day, so we can make sure you get to bed and rest. It's Mochi Madness here. It is Mochi Madness. Always. Tinkering with it still? Okay, but it went smoothly. I'm glad. That money comment was about being sick? Oh, real as hell. But if you mask up and everything, but also go... Fuck off. Go home. I think because I get sick so easily, it frustrates me. But because I've had pneumonia and I've had people show up to school back in high school, even teachers and whatnot that have pneumonia, and I'm like, get the fuck away from me. I will catch that in an instant because I've had it twice. So I will catch it much easier than everybody else. Have work. Please take care. Have fun day at work, Joel. I think, okay, as a side note, Spotify Rap should be coming up soon. I'm pretty sure my artist of the year is going to be Baby No Money. No lie. Pretty sure it will be. Again, no, just gonna thug it out. That's real as hell. I just don't want to get other people sick. Also, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to go work. Also, because sometimes, as being a woman, I don't want to go to work because of cramps, and by that, sometimes I'm keeling over and feel like throwing up, and I don't want to. I don't want to. So the smallest inconvenience will make me not want to go to work, and I. That's always. I don't want to go to work, but I love work, but I don't want to go work. But I also work close to people. I don't want to get them sick. I see, I see, I see. I literally saw him Sunday. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe that bitch fucking met my coworker just by chance. Mochi, what are you doing? Why the hell is that so wavy there? And then my bangs up top are fucking straight as a... Not as straight as... I can't even say my back because I have slight scoliosis. They don't want to get sick. Stay away from me. I'm stuck on a... But yeah, no, that's true. That's true of your job. With your job, Doc. If they get close enough, that's their choice. For me, I have no choice. I have to be in someone's face, usually, like zipping them up or helping them put on something. Mochi, really? My hair's not exactly fully dry. I did not. Okay, it's cold here. That was just rude. She like smacked me in the face with her tail. It's cold here, but it's only 55, so I know that's not super cold compared to other places, but like that's relatively really cold for here. We don't normally deal with that. But it's so nice. I love it. I love it so much. Where you go? Okay, she's going. She's gone. Did you eat? Ma'am, I put your food out there. I love this song. I'm trying to think of an edit for this song, but I don't know what to do because I think there's a really cool part of the song that would be really interesting to do with the Outlast. What are they called? They're not bows. Assets, prime assets. It would be really cool to do. But I don't know if I want to put that much effort in. I should. I think my artist of the year, Spotify, was either going to be Endless Tavern or Warrior Shaman. Ooh, both really good choices. Both, I feel like, reflect very well. When the hell does these things... The Spotify Wraps never come out on time. So now I never know what on time is because last year... Oh, is this out? Ooh. NF's new album is out. He's depressed. He's not. What is this one? Let's add that to queue. I'll have that play afterwards. I forgot his album came out. I think it's a couple days ago. I'm excited for the Spotify Wrap though, because I can't wait to see what songs I hyper fixated on so much that they got into my most played. Because I know a lot of the songs I think are going to be the later half of the year, and I think there's going to be about 5 Baby No Money songs on there. So I'm pretty sure Baby No Money is going to be my artist of the year, unless it's Cat's Eye. But I think it's going to be Baby No Money. I'm curious about my Twitch rap. It's just me. Your Twitch rap is just me. Top emotes used, mine. Most streamer watched, mine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm a streamer. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Main squeeze. It's absolutely gonna be on my Wrapped. Which one? 1-800 is for sure. I'm fixing my mouse pad. That's what I was about to get stuck on. 1-800. I don't know if Estrella is gonna get on there. Check with a second edition of Check that has Miku in it. Sleep Well by CG5 for Poppy Playtime. That's gonna be on my Wrapped. 1-800. I think unfortunately Chop Suey by System of a Down might actually get on my Wrap. Joji will not make it onto my Wrap. Nikki, Joji's new songs and music unfortunately will not be on my Wrapped because it came out too late to be on it. So it will unfortunately not be a Joji year. You have it. I don't know why, but Chop Suey really just be jingling my jingle of my brain. I think Bird Brain is going to be on there. I don't think Ghost is going to make it on there for the recent songs I've been listening to. Because some things, even Bad Omen, I don't think that's going to get on there because it came out too late for me to hyperfixate on it so much. It might. We'll Live Together. Once again, Warframe will be there. I think that was on there last year. Me with Sugar, Real as Hell. It just jingles my jangles. I think some epic songs are going to be on there. We should predict my Wrap. Lefe, Miss Queen of them all. Which one was it? Lover Girl. Lover Girl is going to be on there. I love Lover Girl. Lefe. Where is my other playlist? By Spotify? Love me.
Hi.
There's 2024. Hi, Haunted. Love me. Let's see. Ooh, The Brig. Oh, that's what I need to do. Nikki, Marcus has pre-orders out for his album, but like physical edition of his album. And I really want to buy it because it's really pretty and it has the Brig on, and that is like, that probably will get on my Wrapped again. It won't lie. I didn't listen to Cosmic as much this year. Oh, we did have Warframe last year on my Wrap. Let's see. Last year I had a lot of my hyperfixations from when I was painting a lot. Oh my god, I haven't listened to this song in so long. Hold on, we're gonna have to cue that. Strange Premonition. Oh, I finished watching all the Fear Street movies. That was really good. My friend asked me what I'm doing. I responded, existing. Real as hell. Sometimes I do just be existing as well. But I'm doing good. I went to Disneyland yesterday, which is why I have this on. Otherwise, I would never really be wearing Disney merch. True. Yeah. Nikki, this one's for you. Last year, I also had Hunt Showdown music on my Spotify Wrapped. I did listen to it a lot this year, but I didn't listen to it enough, I think, to get on my Wrap. I didn't put eyeshadow on today. Oh well. Hi, Turnip. I love you. Bad Feeling was a great song as well. Can't believe that's a fucking Oompa Loompa song. Oh, no DBR this year for me. Oh, I had Gauss's song from Warframe on there. I think Cersei Saga is probably gonna end up being on my... Oh, Two Worlds. We should just listen to this playlist. I haven't listened to it in so long. I had some really good songs on here. Oh my god, Fuck You, Lol, by Corpse. Love that song. That was a great song. Okay, let me do that. I think I have bald gay tonight. I think the gays are gonna be bald tonight. You know? You picking up what I'm putting down? Oh. Oh, that's crazy to me. Oh, one of my friend's phones is dying. That was yesterday. I'm going through messages because I'm just like, wait. Okay. No, Nikki, if you just didn't didn't work, you're gonna fight with us. Go to work. Get bread. In fact, lacking cash will not be unwrapped. I don't listen to him. That's fair. That's fair. Did you are you joining us today for farm turnip? What was I gonna fucking say? What was I gonna fucking say? I don't know what I was gonna say. Okay, we're locking in. Have you guys seen the Game of the Year awards? There's that fucking song. I haven't listened to this in so long. Thank you for the hydrate, quiet. I'm sitting up straight, I'll have you know. I'll probably end up standing today. And it's okay. You're at work anyway, so if you don't speak, it's understandable. Love this song so much. I haven't listened to it in so long. It was on my Spotify Wrapped last year. Quiet. I be working on things. Slowly, very slowly. Sometimes I really should have worked on things. I'm backlogged on things in a sense that I need to edit. I haven't edited. And I was trying to work on those things. Instead, I'll sit here and I'll play my little puzzle games on my phone and I'm like, I should be productive. Work don't stop me. Mine has been say no, that is real as hell. Don't worry about it. I just mean because sometimes you have to take phone calls at work too. So sometimes you don't talk because you have to take a phone call or you actually have to talk at work, which is crazy. Crazy concept. Seen anything in the year yet? I think Clara's on there somewhere. Clara's on there. Clara Obscure's on there. I think like 5 times. Silent Hill F got on there and Battlefield 6. And I'm very excited for those two for certain categories. I voted for them. Crazy notion. Exactly. Crazy notion. Me too, buddy. Well, we're all here. Okay. Now I feel like I need to hug you all. Shocked a Silk Song got on there. Yeah, not shocked either. Yes, man. It's progress, Trinity. That's all that matters. If I could, you get smooch on the head, but like you're. I said if I could, because you're all the way over there. You're getting far. In the game, I'll give you a smooch on the head. Little forehead whack. Let's see. Game of. I was in all caps. Game of the Year nominees. I already voted. The main Game of the Year nominees. One of them. No fucking clue what it is. It's Kingdom. It's Kingdom Come, so I don't play those games. It's been all over the place today, to be honest. Probably should not have joined my friend in playing that game while not doing my best. That is fair, and it's understandable. Hey, sometimes you want to join the things and you do, but then afterwards it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done this. You're just a little guy. You're just a little guy. We take it easy with farm today. I think today we just have casual, calm farming day. This has been conveyed successfully. I'm glad. Quiet, we're pulling everybody together in a group hug, okay? We will hold the ship together. Other Game of the Year nominees for the main Game of the Year is Clara Obscure, Death Stranding 2, which I think also is a really good game. Donkey Kong. I peeve against Donkey Kong though. And it's simply because it's a stupid Switch 2 exclusive, only coming out on that type of shit. Hades 2 got on there though, and Hollow Knight, Silk Song. I almost said Sip Some. I'm proud of those two, Hades and Silk Song being on there. Because I do think those are two really good games, but unfortunately I really like Clara Obscure. Game is the most upcoming game? Ooh, I think it's gonna win. It's better. I hate, okay, wait, view all categories, hold on. I was about to skip through all of them to find that category. Upcoming game. It's towards the end. Most anticipated game. Is there something there? Oh, there's a Witcher game coming. I voted for that. Tell others to vote. I'm gonna upcoming game. I'm gonna I don't know why I like locked in like looking. Oh, Alien VR game is on there for best VR, which is the only one I know of on that. Might be an Xbox award. About award? Yeah, it's not on this one. Because most anticipated games for this one, 007. I almost said 007. That would have been atrocious saying that. The 007 game. Grand Theft Auto, which I kind of forgot that's happening. Marvel's Wolverine, didn't know that was happening. Resident Evil. And then The Witcher, which I also didn't know was happening. So the game is so good. I miss it. That's so sad. Xbox award. 20, what year is it? Sorry. Resident Evil. So we definitely know what won for or well, at least got my vote. I don't know how, you know, I'm gonna stop looking up things. I'm just gonna stop and I'm typing in everything wrong. Yes, I miss him a lot. I miss letting game tales. I miss him a lot. He's for real. Oh, we're on Ghost. At Q. Sorry, Ghost, we're skipping. You said we're fans of dude, I love proximity chat. Kai, do you enjoy like cooking games, like the friend cooking games where you own a restaurant? Because I think we've all talked about it here, or at least I think the game has been mentioned. Because the restaurants is really fun. It is a little bit hectic and it gets a little confusing. But so far last night when I played, it was really fun. And I think you might like that because there's proximity chat. But there's voice changers. I was whining and bitching in VC, as you deserve. I think it's Restaurants. Yeah, Restaurants. I was like, I think that's where it is. Rats is in there. Restaurants co-op. Game with rats. Yeah, you're rats owning a restaurant. It's really good. There's proximity chat in it. But there's voice changing in it. By that, you have the chef voice, the cook voice, the waitress voice, and the hostess voice. And I'm telling you, that waitress voice is my favorite one. Gavin, you should, it's really fun. It's slightly confusing because there's a lot of like, it's like Plate-Up where you have to make dishes, figure it out. When you mess up a dish, you literally make a pile of shit. Which is quite funny. Because then there's just shit around. It's like, who made a pile of shit? It's like, sorry, I chopped the mushrooms for too long. Ooh, the threat. What the hell is it? Sorry, I just saw a horror game that it says based upon like what you play, and I'm like, okay. Also, I really want to play Claire Obscure, and I've been waiting because it keeps on going on sale, but now I'm kind of waiting because I'm pretty sure it's going to win. So I kind of want to buy the new edition that's probably going to come out with it. But that means I just have to wait. But Power Wash 2. Ooh. Restaurants. Just spell restaurants, but instead of ants at the end, you put rats. Spelling tips with Sarah. Restaurants. Yeah, rats. Sorry, I'll stop talking. I won't stop talking. I'm literally the streamer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so happy Silent Hill F got on 2 categories for the 2025 nominees, and I'm very excited. I really hope, I still to this day, when Silent Hill 2 remake came out, I think it got gypped for best audio design because that audio design was amazing. Anyway, Silent Hill F is on there and I voted for it. I did vote for one of the Indiana Jones. It was for best performance from Mr. Troy because I think he did really great. We're playing Power Wash 2 yesterday. It was fun. Not a little buggy, aka my game does not. Oh, your game's trying the best to run at the best it can be. That's real as hell. Hey, it's power wash. You gotta wash. You gotta power through the wash. Okay, come on. Okay, I've only been yapping for 37 minutes. Oh, Mochi, you're discoloring me by being too bright. Oh, Peak. Peak did get on there for one of the categories, and I'm very excited for it. Because it's such a cute little silly little game, and I'm just very proud a small little game like that made it on there. Just like how Balatro did. Can run and host a game without crashing, which is good enough for me. That's good. Honestly, that's half of the battle and the most important part of the battle, so we'll take it. Fuck, that event ended. I was gonna grind out my LS trials. Oh well, I didn't really like that room too much. It'll probably come back in the packages. I got my outfits from it. Oopsie. Oh, but I love that Halloween event. What else do I have? Ooh, Marvel Rivals has been really fun recently. I love Gambit. Every time I click Marvel Rivals, I kind of forget that you can change the like header image that's there. So mine's just ass. Politely and respectfully, it's all of my girlies, but I kind of forget that's not the base image there, and I'm like, oh, great. My Twitch just crashed? Why did Twitch crash? I'm not okay. I can't speak. What's it gonna say? Oh, Kai, I can counter your attack. I haven't played Pokemon. Sorry, that was a side thought. We don't have to do Resident Evil tomorrow. I can, however, play Dead Take, which is the one horror game we wanted to play because it has our favorite door and our favorite vampire in it. I think it's just a lot of jump scares, like the cheap jump scares, but I'm very intrigued. But I have that, and I forgot I have that. So we can play that instead. And you can sit and relax. It's either that or we play. I actually don't know what else we play. So I can play that. So you sit and relax for tomorrow. Today, you're allowed to farm. Mushy, you really gonna sit right there in front of my salad? Damn. Meow, meow. I cannot believe that fucking bitch met my coworker and then had the audacity to send me a picture. Fucking stupid ass. Ooh, Dead by Daylight. Oh, yeah, just as per announcement on Monday, I'm disappearing next week because she hates me. The rat says you're working overtime. I don't even get paid overtime. Because it's not overtime. Restaurants. All that matters is that we're so close. We're so close to 7. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Bites them? I wish. I want to. I say as I'm actively wearing. It was a really cute sweater, and I don't usually buy like Christmas merch, but I really want Christmas to be like Christmas this year, so we bought Christmas merch yesterday. No cap and no lie, bought Christmas merch. And this was the cutest one. And I'm fucking wearing this when I go with my friends. You bet your ass. I can't believe Kiva said that. I can't believe Kiva said. I want to piss my pants. I'm so happy. That's so cute. I hate that I put in auditions and I just have to sit here and wait in anticipation. I love the way that they pronounce anticipation and or yeah, from Rocky Horror. That's great. Mwah. Love that. Let me just double check. Your theme park reservation is confirmed. I'm gonna have to send the fucking screenshot of all their things. It's Doc, I saw that. It's so sad because I actually really do like the Until Dawn movie. The Until Dawn movie is really fun. It is such a great, like, stupid, like, cabin in the woods types of vibe. But it's not Until Dawn. It's not like. such strong words about that movie, but it's really fun. It's a really good movie. I love the concept of it and everything. Bring Christmas back. It's up to us, but really, Sarah, it's up to me. Okay, hold on. I mean, there, I put Christmas lights up. Look, I put Christmas lights up. It's my old overlay that's really shittily drawn and everything, but I have that up there. I don't think I have a Christmas tree. Yay! And then you know what I can do? I can take away Christmas. Take away the lights. Take them away. No longer Christmas. It was dying, but it stabilized with the it stabilized and then I ripped it away. What can I offer you in these trying times? I can offer you rats. Wow, I work for the rats. She's a friend who have locked believes you're dead. We have rats now. Your wife with a man who is haunting. Oh, I wish you could see Mochi. You cannot. Oh! Oh! Sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. Just looking over, seeing everybody. Oh! This opinion is based on what I've heard and what I've watched. Haven't watched yet, okay. But I've been told DMC isn't a very good adaptation either because the show is really saying demons are refugees while the game is saying demons don't. Yes, so Doc, I will say, I did personally actually vote for DMC because what else was there? I mean, I haven't watched Last of Us Season 2, but I know they've been doing very well. And I don't know what the first one was. So my only options that I had seen was Until Dawn and DMC. The little rats, they're up. Hi, Shaded, I love you. Don't you sound like an owl? Hoo! Hoo! Anyways, DMC was really fun though. Me and Coco, who are big DMC fans, really did like it a lot. It does go against a lot of the stuff that they put in. People were also really mad that Lady was very angsty and and cursing a lot, but I'm like, hey, she's younger here. I can bypass that. Minecraft DMC until Dawn last. Oh, Minecraft. Oh yeah, Splinter Cell. I'm intrigued by Splinter Cell, but I did not see that. Minecraft, I also hadn't seen. So I just still stand. I had not seen the other two. But I did really like DMC, and I think it was really fun. It's also a really fun joke that Nero now voices Dante, and I think that's really funny. But I really did enjoy it. What's DMC? Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry. So it's we've only played one of the games here. I have the rest. We gotta play through them eventually. But yes, they're very fun. It was a really fun animation, and I liked a lot of the stuff they did in it, but it does go goes against a lot of the stuff that they have built in the actual like canon from the games. You know, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I can say like a big lore thing. Like Lady's backstory is basically like it's different. It's different in the show. Like that. Like it's still there where her dad's shit, but like how it is and then the show, I feel like it's different now. Maybe think those animals are real? That'd be crazy. I wish. I would not be able to own this many rats. I do love rats. I would not be able to. I do love that the thumbnail is tricking people. That's my friends. Let me turn off the rats. Doing homework that was due 3 days ago. Why are you doing your homework late? I said, Shayla, look, I bought a Disneyland bird. It was so fucking expensive, but I didn't pay for it, so it's okay. But I got the discount. There's 3 and 4. I do not remember 3 at all. 4, on the other hand, was the first one I ever played. Let me look at the covers. I think Devil May Cry 4 was the first game, not that I played, but that I watched. because at the time I didn't have stuff to play a lot of games on or pay for them. So I watched people. So there was one specific YouTuber who still was making YouTube playthroughs. I watched him play through that and through the Haunting Ground. Hunting Ground. That fucked up. I don't even want to remember the whole name. That fucked up. I had to go to the ER. Why were you at the ER, girly? I feel like I need to, like, I always say, like, I need to text people because I am really bad at texting now and messaging people because I get so overwhelmed talking to a lot of people. But, like, I feel like I need to, at this point, message you weekly, at least, like, be like, hi, how are you doing? Is your health okay? Because what the fuck do you mean you at the ER? 4 is the one that introduced Nero? Yes, it is. I just had to look at the cover because I'm like, I think it's that. Because then that, yeah, 5 is the newest one. And then there's the remake one that's in between. It wasn't the worst, but it's I don't know what they were trying to do. Do you picture? Is that why I got a text message? Shaylin. Shaylin, insert your full name. What the fuck did you do? Not the fucking frog demon. If I knew Shaylin's full name and could say it out loud, because I don't know if she would want me to. What the fuck did you do? Oh my god. 3 was my first DMC. If not, ever played the rest. The 3 is the first one that I started seeing AMVs for. And then I did watch a show. They animated the first animated Devil May Cry, the anime. Nah, love that one. And that one is actually canon. She dead, or is it the ghost? It's just the ghost of Shaylin in the fucking chat. With what she just sent me. Yeah. Oh my god, girly. She's been going through. Last time I saw her, she had to go to urgent care because she gave herself whiplash. So then she had vertigo. So I don't know if it's still for that. That was fucking crazy too. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Sorry, I'm thinking of Kiba. I miss Kiba. But yeah, the first Devil May Cry anime, fucking magnificent. Love that. Girlie's in the fucking canon because she's the one who's calling Dante for about her 18th birthday in Devil May Cry 5. You know how I hurt my neck? Okay, Dave, I did a phone visit with my doctor on Friday because nothing was getting better, and doc said, yeah, you should go to ER. Okay, so it is still dealing with that. Was it more than just vertigo? Did you actually hurt your neck? Oh my god. Oh my god. I want you guys to know. I'm sorry. She's fucking, like, brace on her neck. I would say lore drop of what Shaylin looks like. Shaylin posted a selfie of us when she kidnapped me. Oh my god. Now I feel like I did. What? What? What the hell? What the hell? You're never doing. What the fuck? What fucking trick was she doing? I just forget the name of it. Oh my god, I don't actually remember. She posted a selfie. Shaylin is a cutie. I love her. Every time we see each other at work, no lie, and it's so funny watching everybody else around us because we just hold each other's hands and we just stare at each other. Most literally, we just sit there and we stare at each other. I love my Shaylin. I guess I could put my charm. My charms fell off my phone. Well, it didn't fall off my phone, but the old one, the wire's still there, but like the rest of it's broken. I need to retouch. Went to the ER. They did a CT scan, and basically, I tore and spasmed every muscle in my neck, and nothing was healing because my head. Did they just unironically call you Big Head? Post a selfie in the channel so everybody can witness my misfortune. That's fucking crazy. Well, I'm glad I did make you go to the urgent care that day. Sad nothing else like came of that and you had to go to the doctors, but I mean, I'm glad it's finally got scanned. Clinically big-headed is something to put on my resume. Fuck yeah. They unironically said, you got a big head. What the hell? That didn't. You don't have a big head, but they said your head heavy as hell. Heads are heavy. Heads are very heavy, and especially when you're moving around, especially what we do for work. Though sometimes we just sit at work. That's fucking crazy. So you have a nice little cushion brace all around you now. Your head's nicely supported. What the fuck? That's not the turn of events I thought. Now I actually do need to message you every week and be like, hi, how's your neck? Down. Yeah. Trying to take off my case. Sorry. Hi, Psyduck. My phone's naked. I couldn't get the sleeve off. Okay. Nah. Miku. When I got this phone, I dropped it like almost immediately and broke the screen saver, the screen cover. But since I had just put it on, I didn't want to change it, so it's still broken, and sometimes has glass that fall out. Sorry, that's a random tidbit. What a day! What a random Wednesday. Mochi, we should clean this. Bro, this shit's dirty too, bro. No cap, no lie. Oh, this got onto my... Oh, let's listen to... We're gonna listen to my 2024 rap. I had a lot of witchy songs on here, and by that I had a lot of Kiki Rockwell. Fucking love her music. I didn't listen to her a lot this year. Oh, that's a divot. You fell skating with Sarah. She did not fall. Okay, well, that's a fucking lie. She did fall. Shaylin did fall while skating with me, but she did not fall hard, and she didn't really fall. Some kid ran into her, and she majestically caught the kid and then graciously fell. Not even like hard where you like hit implement. Did you? No, some. I did not. I did not hit her. I did not. No, some kid most literally ran into her. Skated straight into her. Bought me the fucking game. Hey, Kai, you know what? I can play with you guys. But not today, because after farm, both you and Quiet need to go to bed. She said, truthfully, how she caught that kid, yeah. And, like, you didn't hit the ice hard. Most literally, the kid was, like, in her lap, like, by the time she fell. Like, that kid literally did not touch the ice. Going the fuck to bed? Yes, you are. I like the way you think. I really like this case. I'm glad I got this case. I am cleaning it with my brand new sweater. I shouldn't do that. I'm a dumbass. I'm not dumb. Also, due to people being sick, I think we will start farming relatively right on time. We're still gonna keep all the yaps. I say that every time because I try to encourage people to keep yapping because I'm like, no, just because the game's up. I'm not locked in. It's farming day. We're not locking in. Just sat down on the ice, yeah. Me too. Oh my god. Farm. Ow. That didn't actually hurt me pulling my hair. It just got stuck. I just didn't expect it to be stuck. Why the hell is it? There's a wave there, but this? Straight as hell. I hate hair. I hate hair patterns. I hate my hair. I don't hate my hair. My mom has asked me to like not sell this card, but like, oh, you should put it in a protective case and like you should put it like so it's protected. One, I probably should just so it's protected. But I looked at her and I was like, Psyduck's been in the toilet before. Because I've dropped my phone in the toilet one time. Not this phone. It was a previous phone. I've dropped him one time. And so unfortunately, he has been a little dunked in water. And I'm like, mother, he cannot be sold. Also, mother, he cannot be sold. He's staying with me till I die. Somebody bury him with me. Gonna dress as a kid, go skating. With a little propeller, just pose as a kid. Gave me some onion patches, and now my brain doesn't feel hot and not to see. Okay. Oh, you were not doing good at all. Oh my god. Well, that's good. Because your head should not be feeling like that, at least not constantly. Yeah, that bitch was not healing. Like, are you gonna heal? That sounds really bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, there's a little piece of hair in this, and I need to get it out. And it's not moving. This is what the mask for, heavy as the crown. I do like this Linkin Park song because this was for League of Legends. That's fucking crazy. I am glad you didn't go on that one date to like actually go out and stay out that late, especially since this was actually how severe your injury was. So I'm glad you didn't. Totally gonna heal. The CT scan shows no major damage to the bones. It's just like really, it's just like hurted. It's just hurted, and it's. I feel like it's like when you overstretch, but then you keep on stretching, and then you don't actually let it. It's a weird state of all my muscles being sore all at once. Yeah, and since your head is hefty, it ain't gonna heal. I need to put the... Sorry, I dropped my phone. Then I'll look 12. You'll be 12 again. I put my fucking case on, and I didn't mean to. Like, I did, but I didn't... I needed to do this still. Get outside, Duck. We gotta put my charms back on. I can't live without them. This is what you asked for. Heavy as that crown. I was gonna say, I wish I looked 12 again, but I don't know if I do. That's fair. I look like a baby. Oh! Shaylin, this is just weird tidbit for you because I told Chad earlier. My friend Linton, who I went to school with and has done a play with, like he helps me with acting stuff now too because that's what we both do. Yeah, he sent me a picture on Instagram on Monday. How the fuck did I do this? Did I twist that? And I was like, oh, who the fuck is he with? Like, oh, he's with somebody. And then I looked and I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's my coworker. It was one of our fucking coworkers because they both went to dance at the same studio. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, is that my fucking coworker? So he found my coworker. And I'm like, what the hell? He found one of our coworkers. And the dumbass had the fucking audacity to talk to him. No, he's a who? Andrew? Oh no, actually neither of them. It was Jez. So like I literally got jump scared opening it up today because I didn't open up the message from Monday till right now. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, who's he with? And I was like, wait a minute, I know that person. What the hell? Yeah, and I had just seen him on Sunday because he was working Sunday. So I was like, huh? Actually crazy. And he just happened to start talking to him and then found out he works at Disney and was like, wait, do you know Sarah? And I'm like, why the fuck you asking people if they know me? I hate looking too young. That's why I don't shave. That's fair. I mean, a little tool I suppose you can have then by looking young. If you wanted to. Secret. Okay. Farmers. Farmers unite. Farmers unite. Stardew. Says bye die. Oh, Mochi, you're in my way. Yeah. Me. Yeah. Me. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I just saw the selfies that Shaylin posted. Oh my god. Oh my good heavens. We are being summoned. Yes, you are being summoned. Farmers unite. Actually, don't remember what I look like without my hair. It's been 3 or 4 years. I would say you should experiment, but also don't. Don't do it. Unless you want to. Because then you gotta wait for the hair to grow back. You know? You picking up what I'm putting down? It's really fucking bright. Holy shit. My cat's following the mouse. Oh, yes, me. Oh, sure. Look, there's little birdies there.
Does everyone want to know a fun fact? You're all pretty and I love you.
And you are gorgeous and I love you. Oh, yes, me. Oh, yes, me. Close your eyes. Oh, yes, me. Oh, yes, me. Okay. Let me do this. Hello? Okay. That's there. We're gonna continue to listen to this playlist, but I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. So I'm just seeing all the fucking reactions to Shane. So funny. It's so fucking funny. Do thou, Sarah, summon the farmers? Thy farmers are being summoned. I don't know if you said yay or nay. Yay! It's okay, I was just gonna... Oh. Host. My bad, G. I pressed all the wrong buttons. You guys take your times. I'm gonna pause it as soon as I get in here, so whenever you guys are ready. Mochi's staring at the, like, the screen. There we go. And we wait there. And whenever you guys are ready, you come in. I will sit here and continue to yap. Also because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game. Oh my god, we earn so much money over time. What audiobook are you listening to? I think I need my glasses today. I think I need my glasses every day. I just refuse to wear them some days. I really want bread. I don't know how to speak. Sorry, I don't know why that was the thought in my head. I don't know how to speak Spanish. I don't know why that was a thought. I don't know why that was a thought. Do I have a kid? I do. I do have a kid. Is that the one with the goat person? It's the one with the horrible. Wait, now everything's coming back to me. I'm remembering what I've read. Doc, did she fucking die in the book? How did she how did she move her? That's not. I was reading through the yaps, and one of the last ones, not the last message, but the one before that, really fucking got me. Okay, Kai's here. Really fucking got me, because I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck, she's fucking, is she dead? What? How do you just rearrange that? How do you just move that out of the way? Oh my god, you're in my house. You scared me. Oh my god. Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens. Let me get wait, let me unmute that. Unmute that. Okay, that's everything. How
I had double Sarah.
Yes. Yes. You should be scared the shit out of I was in the pause menu, so I didn't even know you were there. So I unpaused and I was like, there's a person standing there. I need to move your little guy. You're staring at the wall.
Me, standing there menacingly.
Yeah, now you're on now. Can I click on the bear? Can I click on the bear?
Let me go talk to you. No.
Apparently I can't. Okay, my friends. Bear.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I forgot. I picked up a sword. I fished up a sword that's really
Hell yeah.
It is. It's only 18 to 35 damage.
damn.
This one's 60 to 80.
Crazy.
Wait, I gotta throw your baby.
Yeah. We still need to crit the baby.
Hello.
Second to last message is what Sarah is referring to. The last one is the sexy. Oh, interesting. Oh, excuse me, scary mannequin.
Sorry.
We want to crit the baby. Casual. Casual
Oh,
conversations
there I
in
am.
Stardew Community Day. I need to crit the baby.
I also might be dying, so I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Don't worry. Me too. We're here. We'll drag you across the farm to like keep you going, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot this is a different farm, so everything's in a different spot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my beans are there.
Hello.
Hello.
Beans.
I'm gonna keep that there. I have
I
carrots.
need to repair that fence.
Oh. I miss Car
Oh
and
my god, I
Gar.
forgot that we spent so long getting the
This
statues.
Yeah. You got so many though.
So what do we do with the iridium?
Craft.
It's just better than gold.
Kent send me a bomb in the mail. I don't think that's
he does
legal.
that. I don't think he likes you.
This is slightly concerning.
Well, Sarah,
I think he
did you do
has
your jury duty
some
yet?
aggressive form of PTSD.
Oh my god, I
that
forgot
sent
I
you
have
bombs in the mail.
Yeah. Doc, I'll be
gotta buy
honest.
macaroni.
I forgot I had jury duty. It's not today, but like just in general.
Oh,
It better not be today.
That would be really unfortunate. I am here and not moving. Hi, Goomber. Minecraft, have a lovely time over here. Oh,
Hi,
well, have a good time.
Hello, everyone. I'm alive, I promise.
Oh, you just scrunch your little face. Mochi, what are you staring at? You can't have my cookie. Illegal. Illegal. No cookie.
Illegal.
Illegal. Where's my honey go?
I ate it.
I have tulip honey.
Honey, honey, honey.
Honey,
Let's
honey,
be
honey. It's just the quiet. Honey, honey. Oh, okay. Excuse you, Mochi. I can't see where I'm farming.
Who needs to see where they farm?
You so right. Come back, Mochi. I don't need to see no more.
Mm-hmm.
Meow, meow, meow.
See, you get
meow,
me.
Meow.
Oh, no, you don't see. That's the point.
I almost was gonna say how to reaction. I'm gonna throw up, but I'm like, that's not the reaction I needed to say. That's.
I can.
No, Michael. No, you can't leave me here, Michael. You look at a bomb through the mail. The post office SWAT team will come through. Postal SWAT team is a real thing, FYI. Well, they didn't catch Kent's bomb in the mail. He sent me a medium boomba. Medium boomba was sent through the mail. Anybody? Oh, you were a second early for the wee.
Mm-hmm. I was. Because I was the one that did it.
You said silly.
Fuck you, we being now.
Fuck you. Wee. Just need juice. Kale juice, college juice, pickled green beans.
Mouth.
Yeah, I'm leaning forward. I'm not shrimping. I'm just like
I'm
leaning.
shrimping.
I'm just leaning. Like I'm getting closer to the screen. The MT, the FBI should be all over his ass. He does have PTSD. I don't know why it came out in such a way. PTSD. Got the PTSD. I'm gonna stop saying that.
I gotta go talk to the mothers exercising.
Get all the gossip.
Yeah.
I gotta get all the hot goss.
Yeah. Pickle women. 7 years. 7 years. 7? Oh my god.
I know we missed both Kent and Lewis's birthday. Tomorrow it's Vincent's birthday.
Oopsie.
Ooh.
Fox, soon you will know. If you play Resident Evil 5, soon you will know. 7. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play. Yeah, I almost said to play games. To play with you.
7 minutes.
7. 7
that's
minutes.
Seven
getting-
minutes is
Or
all
if you
it
play
takes.
enough DBD, you know, but then you'll understand what the reference is. You'll get a fully,
7
you know,
minutes.
7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
I hope you know that
Locked
it's slowly
and
becoming
loaded.
another brain rot of mine.
Good. Locked and loaded. Oh. Well, you threw that down,
Also,
Mochi.
Quiet has been here slowly trying to reactivate all of my childhood vocal stems one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Did you see I did it in a raise stream?
Yeah, you did!
Yeah.
Did you not hear me reciprocate it?
I think I sneezed when I heard you. I think because I
Go
did
get flowers.
sneeze after I said it.
No, that's fucked up.
Papa John.
You're not allowed to do that.
On and
I
on.
can't sneeze.
It's a feminine nominant. Sorry, I locked into feminine nominum.
No,
I'm
that's
just
so
gonna,
really
like- I'm gonna continue using it. I'm gonna like wait and then I'll say it again, and I'll wait and then I'll say it again.
Tortilla
Yeah, I know.
cookie.
Hurricane Katrina.
Soon you will know, Fox. Soon you will know the Jill sandwich. That's my favorite one. And they kept it in the remaster that they did. Remaster remake. Who wants a flower?
I gotta chop down a million trees real quick.
Eat tulip.
Okay,
No,
we are
give tulip.
Not having trees.
Don't eat tulip. I got the
Eat the
trinket for
flower.
defeating Wesker before the 7 minutes. I want the trinket. I want it. Hand it over. Right now.
Can I eat the tree?
I would say yes. I don't know what the trinket is, I'll be honest. So like let's
It's
see what it
okay.
is. What? Oh, you're gonna get it. Sorry, I didn't know which wife to give it to. I could have given it to Ram. I guess Caroline has the least amount. Who am I not good friends with?
I'm friends with no one in this game.
Your
except for you
child.
guys.
My child. Crumbish.
I keep forgetting that we can talk. We can talk to each other's children.
Yeah,
I have one heart with your child.
I have one heart with your child and my child.
I have two hearts with my child, so clearly I'm better than you.
Clearly, I am better.
Oh my god, I gotta bring maple syrup to the woods. I gotta bring maple syrup to the woods. Stop everything what I'm doing.
It's
I have to make the
Tuesday. Want to experiment with tropical cooking, but it's hard to find 100 pineapples. Oh. Okay, actually, that's a little hard, Caroline. You should do it yourself.
We can grow the pineapples.
It takes...
Pineapple.
It's a
On
20-day
Ginger
thing.
Island.
Should I accept it tomorrow?
Oh, like a fish on that island. I forgot about
You
that.
could accept it. You could accept it today. It
Okay.
don't matter. The timer will still go down.
The timer will still go down.
Hmm.
Hey, if you want the gem, you need to
and
need an
maple
RPG
syrup.
to get it. If you want... Wait, it's a rock that you get? A rock trinket? Okay, you can't eat it. You can eat it.
Yeah, babe.
I'm like, is it a
Can I
charm
steal
ticket? There's
maple
turnip.
From you?
Is it like
That's okay.
not a physical trinket? No, it's trinket. Rock trinket. Rock and stone. Mochi, I need you to do what
Would
you're
I be
doing
able
to me
steal
currently.
things off of you? AKA one maple syrup.
But yes,
I gotta go see the
maple.
bear. We can be friends.
Oh yeah, it should be. I was like, I don't know where my maypal is, but yes.
gonna go be friends with bears.
I want to go into the mayor's
I want to dance with bears
basement.
too. Also, I have
You gotta
cake.
go into the mayor's basement.
guys want cake?
And
Basamonte.
steal his underwear.
Yes, I'm going to steal his
Did you say
underwear.
cake?
Cake?
Yeah.
Can I have some cake?
You can have some cake. It's lemon cake. It's like
Ooh.
lemon sponge.
Ooh. Delicious. Nutritious.
Yeah.
Does not taste like chicken.
I can make it taste like chicken. I, just
bet.
wanna
I don't think we want it to
Oh,
taste
I
like
gotta
chicken.
get there between a certain time. Oh, I fucked
Am I good
that
enough
up.
friends with the mayor? Oh, blessed be I am.
I don't
Mr.
like them. The mayor scares me.
I'm just going into his basement to steal his belongings.
What do I
Oh,
do?
Truthfully.
Far enough in. Where is the bear?
Where's the fucking
Am I here
guys?
too late today?
Ooh, what's over
I'm
there?
sobbing. I'm weeping.
Why are the mayor?
Oh, you'll get the kick out of this, Sarah. So a couple of times now in work,
Ooh, about.
I've had to stop myself from ending emails with :3.
Colon
You have
3.
no idea how many times I've nearly accidentally sent :3s and stuff.
Colon 3. The underwear pants are coming after me.
No, not the pants.
No,
His lucky pants.
I don't like that they're lucky.
I tried to fight them. I'll be honest. It was inefficient.
Are you telling me that you don't have the same lucky underwear? Clearly he uses them to get laid, Quiet.
Clearly, you don't own an air
They're in
fryer.
Marnie's house.
Oh, he
They're
just
in
said.
Marnie's house.
Oh my god, he said good evening to me as he's asleep in bed with one eye open. Kai got cake? Damn, you got cake?
I don't got cake.
You don't got cake. Better not inspect
I
these
got
too
cake.
closely.
It's
Oh,
not the
that's
one that you
ugly.
eat.
Damn. That took a second to process in my brain. That had a buffering state.
No, I think I probably said it wrong.
No, you said it completely right. You want cookie? You want underwear? I have underwear. Take it.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, wow, you used a mannequin there. We're gonna
I
take
have a
these.
roommate.
Oh hell yeah! Welcome,
roommate
welcome, roommate.
I'm sleeping with your husband.
Yeah. Oh, I have Wellerman playing in my ear. Like the epic version, because it was for a video game release.
Why are you hitting the sack? What did the sack do to you?
Here, hold on. No, sorry. I'll get up. I'll go back to bed again. I'm still hitting the
It's
sack.
not gonna say a different message.
No, I don't want to hit the sack.
No.
I don't want to hit the sack. Mochi,
Not
I
too bad. The
love
sack
you.
wants you. It wants you to hit it.
I was gonna say something there. Oh, I can't say it.
Say it, coward.
I'm gonna go, kinky. But
Yes.
You didn't
That
even
was what I was
hesitate to
going
say
for.
it. You said it. Okay, you said it. Let's go. Mochi. That is for Granny leaving the household. May the Wellerman come to
I
save
was
the
playing
day.
Pokemon and I got
Pokemon.
another shiny today.
Ooh.
which one?
Emolga, a flying electric.
Emolga.
I am in
Oh,
fact
hydrate.
using him.
Oh.
Oh, I cracked my shoulder. Maybe I
So now I
play.
Now I use 8 different Pokemon on my team.
Maybe
Hell
I
yeah.
play Pokemon while Baldgate tonight.
Pokemon. If you want
Pokemon.
anybody to join you in Pokemon, you yell at me and I join you.
Yes,
I will
sorry.
be there in spirit. I'll probably be asleep.
Yeah, I mean Kai should be
You better
asleep
be
too.
Yeah, but since when do I ever sleep?
Well, this will be at like 6 p.m. my time. I hope you're.
Yeah.
I hope you're also
I can
sick.
work this out.
Caroline gave me a potato in the mail.
She gave me water
UPS
retaining
is-
soil.
How is
Felt
Gar's
kind of rude
wife?
because I use I use sprinklers, so the water retaining soil doesn't matter.
What if I rearrange Gar's household? I
It's like
shouldn't.
2 a.m. our time. I can do
Down,
that.
down. Oh, no, you can't.
No,
You have work.
no,
Bam, bam.
not on a work
Bam,
night.
bam, 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 bam. Yeah, yeah,
It sounds
yeah.
like a school night.
Where's that medicine little last night?
Like-
You ain't going to bed.
Child.
You are going to bed and you are sleeping.
Alright.
I will fly out there.
I will drive there. I will walk.
Thought you were gonna say about Gar. Hey, that's why I reworded it, because I meant the inside of his house. Meow, 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 meow. Are these green beans still cooking? God damn it. Hi,
And if you
ducks.
guys do come over, I will cook for you.
Yeah!
Quiet, can I come
Sax
over
a
there?
masochist? Absolutely not. Not in this fucking household.
You can. I will make my nan cook bolognese.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah. You would love that because of Vina.
I want block this so badly.
Oh, yo, we got a harvest. I took 2.
We gotta make more iridium sprinklers.
I took 2. I said we
Cool.
got a harvest. Takes 2. Was about to leave.
You want my iridium?
Nah, I stole your iridium.
Hell yeah.
Damn, you didn't even get a chance to
It's
take
got
your
more
cool that
iridium.
we need everything else.
Did you get the ones from the chest too?
You mean?
No.
Oh,
Oh, I have some more in the chest I will give to you.
I have cookies. I gotta tend to Car's farm.
I gotta go to Secret Woods.
Truffles. Oh, and a dog.
Waffles.
Bark, bark. Twaffles.
Arf.
Waffles?
Twaffles. Holy
Do we have
sh!
the pickled green beans?
No, I think they're still cooking.
Mm.
I gave the good juice. Na 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 na.
How would you like the
na.
iridium?
I am meeting the bear.
I am busy. I am with bear. Milk.
Would you like me to put it in one of your chests?
Milk.
Yes, please.
Milk.
Okay, I'll put it in the ore
Should have
chest.
another.
Or.
Why does the lizard look like a dinosaur?
What? Dinosaur?
Because they are dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah,
Dinosaur.
true, yeah.
Dinosaur.
It looks like a stegosaurus. Is it a stegosaurus? Is that the one with the pointy, like,
things?
back?
What if I take Car's trinkets and then give it to her wife? She'll never know. She'll know.
They always know.
No, no. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm gonna go fish.
I just unlocked a meme from when I was a child. What meme? What meme? Boom.
I mean,
I made a friend with the bear.
yay!
And then he gave me the bear blessing, whatever, that makes me
Bear.
ill for more.
What
He
am
gave
I?
me knowledge.
Yay, knowledge.
And now berries sell for twice as much.
Parsnip. Sorry, I don't know. I said
Yay.
parsnip.
He also said my name, so I got a prismatic shard.
Oh, yay!
Oh, I'm gonna be
We'll
smart.
be friends.
No, not where my food is.
Oh, the lava.
Oh, the level, cronk.
Wrong level.
Robot pipe. Apple tree. Pumpkin soup? Never don't know. Algae. 12 algae soup? Let's go.
I want soup.
You need soup.
Yeah, have some
I
chicken
had
source.
sauce.
I don't have soup, but I had pasta.
Okay, that's good enough.
Thing I'm getting.
You like pancakes? Yeah, I like pancakes. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I fucking love them. Yeah, I like pancakes. Yeah,
Oh
I like
my
French toast. Yeah, I like
god,
French toast,
that
dude.
Hello.
plagued my life playing Roblox in like 2015.
Wait, do you like pancakes? Yeah, I like pancakes. You like French
Yeah.
toast? I went,
Yes.
That shit went hard.
Isn't there like an animation on YouTube that it's from or something?
Probably.
Yeah, I knew it from that.
I knew it exclusively from playing fucking Roblox games that had it on as the background music 24/7.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Ah,
I think I was driven insane.
insane in the membrane.
Woo! Insane in the brain! I don't think we're okay. We never are, but like...
No.
Mochi, are you really asleep on the iPad?
Aw.
That's so real.
Oh, it's raining on the fucking island!
Ooh, wait, it's raining on an even day. You might be able to go to the Wait, do we have the island resort?
No.
No. If we had the island resort and it's raining on an even day, then we can go to the pirates.
What the fuck, bro? Game, let me have the resort now. Oh,
You
that
gotta
bird
buy
just
it, it's
shit
like
out an
China.
emerald.
Oh
Tally.
yeah, keep that emerald and remember where it was.
Keep it?
Read the emerald.
Keep the emerald on you and remember where it was.
Okay.
Like remember where it dropped it.
Okay.
Was it in the north of like where did it drop it?
You did a little tent. Hold on. A little tent that has like little fossil stand.
Okay, so the north of the island.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's important.
Okay.
I'll go over there tomorrow and show you where you put it.
Okay. Oh shit, I didn't upgrade
'Cause I
my
can go over
freaking...
there now.
I should really upgrade my... What is this? Watering can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't do it
I'm
though.
sleepy.
I'm just balls to the wall and...
Balls deep.
Why did that make us all laugh? No, stay away from me,
Because
stay away.
balls.
You're right.
I gotta get my energy back. There we go.
Balls hang low, do they wobble to and fall?
My God, quiet.
Where's the DORE? I need
Oh
the
no, I
DORE.
lost my fish.
Oh no, is the DORE
Wait, Doc,
locked?
I'm sorry, Doc. What did I do? Doc, I'm sorry.
Can I take that? Mushroom. Shiny rock.
What did I do? Shiny rock.
Psychic. You. The DORE. The DORE.
The door.
The door.
The DORE.
I got hit with psychic damage earlier because Reynard put in the fucking the Destiel I love you
Ooh.
and then the news on the bottom meme, and I got hit with like instant psychic damage
Just instant.
to my days on Tumblr.
I can't believe I'm okay. I forgot I was streaming for a second because I ever so slightly looked up. I was like, why is my webcam open? I fucking wonder why. That's been happening too often now.
That's such a mood. I gotta remember that I gotta say I can't say certain things. I gotta remember. I gotta have a filter.
Oh, there's a month
yeah,
so wait
I was
for me.
10 in 2015.
Eat the cookie! Eat it! Fucking run, bitch!
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of. Oh no.
You're old too, quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking run!
We're in fact 18 months apart.
Yeah. What do you mean I'm old?
Hi, Mr. Pants.
Anyone older than me is old.
Existed. I forget I existed. We're not old, okay? We're not old. Oh, don't eat the soup. Don't eat the soup.
There is the adult here, so I was gonna look after it.
No,
Yeah,
no.
Sorry, you're the adult, you're adult.
No, I'm not that old. Fucking stop touching me.
It's like that meme
Yeah, I'm
where
sorry
it's
to
the
tell you this, Sarah, but you're the adult here.
Yeah. It's that meme where it's the person standing, the two people have got like this, like, you know, the chest strapped on, and they're being held by the, like, by a leash, like the two, like, gremlin people, and there's one just there holding them both. Oh, I gotta find it. I have it saved.
That's you holding like me and Quiet with the baby leashes.
Yeah,
That was
I
such
got
an
that meme.
intricate
I got that
image you just
drawing of it saved.
depicted.
Quiet, in fact, got an image like that commissioned with all of our friends.
That's so fucking funny.
I'll have to pull it up in a minute. There we go.
I
Pull it up.
yeah.
The adult here. I'm older. That's true. You are the adult.
That's why.
I have. This is the one I was on about. I put in VC chat.
I'm in the mines.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a safe part of the mines. Oh, it's 9 p.m. I should. Well,
I
I'm
was
not.
gonna
I'm not getting
I'm
home.
putting this in the art channel.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Sure, I am going to perish in the mines tonight.
There we go. This one.
Oh, he just
Um,
walks that way. Walk this
When you have
way.
a moment, you can check the arts channel.
Why
and,
yes, my lord.
This is what I'm referring to.
I'm gonna get another one of us done soon. I'm waiting to get paid.
Oh,
Waiting to get paid.
another one.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
I want to do the one where it's the draw over of you know, the person looking really like tired and they got a cup and then behind them is the blurred picture of all the chaos.
Don't touch me.
You gotta.
Yeah.
But who's gonna be the tired one? And who's gonna be all of us with the chaos?
Ah!
I'll have to
That's
figure it
the
out.
thing.
Or I'll just give like Daku free reign.
Mhm.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I'm slow. And I'm dead.
You're not slow.
Is the adult? Oh, true. True, we do have Turnip. Turnip, do you want to be adult
Turnip is
now,
the
though?
adultiest adult.
Yeah.
Because you are permitted to be child.
The elder.
And we take care of you. I lost 300 gold. I guess that doesn't matter. It's my own gold. It's my own
I want to
fucking
see
money.
what Darko's put in. You've read the first part of that.
Thank you, dog. You are. So, oh wait, shit! I'm gonna pass out. I'm fishing.
Oh my god, the fucking... You know, that's actually very accurate. I don't think I'm emotionally stable. Okay, so I'm holding the leashes today. I'm holding the leashes
Yeah.
today. Either that or Turnip's
Yeah.
a tired adult that's holding the 3 chaotic children.
Yeah.
I'm not adult. Real
Oh shit, I'm gonna pass out. Oh shit.
No, don't pass out. You've still got an hour.
Shit.
Me right now trying to run back
forgot.
home as I'm bleeding to
Oh
death.
god, yeah, you guys are far. You're flying away. Oh god, I have the cat. No, wait, cat, no.
Meow.
Ah,
Oh, if I can
no.
get there! You're in front of me! You can do it!
Is that you behind me?
Yeah, yeah, it is. Oh my god.
I think Doc is the adultiest adult.
I need a bed
here,
right by this
actually.
fucking door.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna make it. I made it. I made it on the last second. Anyways, I'm gonna look at what the other memes are. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, my stream pause.
It's just on the Ninja world. Hello, Coco.
Wait, can I send you
Hello,
one person
Coco.
made, Sarah?
Yes.
Because I can't put it here.
No, I'm curious. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Wait,
Very cute.
Hi, cute.
you know which one it is. I'm gonna send it to you anyway.
No, I don't. I don't know.
I need to
missed
draw that. I
something.
need somebody to pick 2 characters. Who?
It's the me and the merchant
Me
one
think.
Oh my
too.
god.
Yeah.
I really want to. I really
Told
want
you,
that
you
with
are now
Paulson
adult.
and Thomas.
The meme before the Disney World was the one for you, Sarah.
Huh? Disney World. I hate Disney World.
Or with just me as a person and then Elliot. Or with me as a person with Corpo.
Oh my god.
My beans. Sorry, my beans are ready.
My beans.
Very excited about my beans.
Okay, I did something.
When will my potatoes be ready?
Potatoes.
I forgot my little
Are these
thing in
ready?
this. Is
No.
a Pikachu holding a gun.
What did I harvest? Garlic? Potatoes? Oh, I have the emerald in my
Potatoes.
pocket.
This bread.
That's...
Boil mushrooms to cook a stew.
Oh, it's just some beans.
Get some nice golden
Beans.
chips.
Meow,
That's
meow,
chips,
meow.
precious. That's chips.
You're just going off in the corner like, okay, pop off. Magma.
You guys have so much energy. I'm so sorry that I'm dead.
Hey, you shut your little mouth. It's okay. We'll be your hype man, and by that, you know the there's the door, bitch. We'll be the there's the door, bitch, for you. You'll be the there's the door, bitch. There's the door, bitch. That'll be us for
It's
you.
okay. I'll do all that. It's you. one for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Is this not blue? Is this not? Is this? Do they only stack in 2? Flowers only stack in 2? What the
Only
freak?
stacking 2? That's bad.
Can I put this in the keg? Can I put this in this?
That's icky. No good.
Meow, 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 meow,
train.
meow, meow, meow.
Train.
Go
train.
get him.
Very pirate on it for me to flirt with.
Real.
You know full well that will be.
Sorry, my brain flatlined.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Just
Happens.
flatlined a
My
little bit.
brain's paused.
It's just a beep, beep,
Beep.
beep.
We had a noise like that in the office, and I thought I thought I was going having my. Oh wait.
Get your words. This train is dog shit.
What's the thing with the ringing ears? I thought it was called. I'm having a mental
tinnitus.
blank. Tinnitus. There you are.
We
I
all
have
3
one.
of us said that in a different way. Collectively,
Ow.
collectively, we each said it a
Stupid.
different way.
Mhm.
I was gonna say like
Oh
there's
my
a ringing
God.
in the
Train
office.
is
and I thought it was, like,
right. It's
tinnitus.
really bad. I have picked up nothing from this train.
Can we
Oh.
explode it?
Nothing to steal.
I want to explode.
No,
Might
we explode
explode.
it, not you. No.
You explode the microwave, I know how to do that. Oh, it's like cherry. Is this cherry blossoms? They're like petals. Oh, they're petals.
Dog, am I allowed to explode?
Flying machine? You can
Yeah.
crash. Don't crash.
He did. He crashed it, and then he jumped out of the ship as it was falling down in a badass way.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I like my little
He's like,
graveyard. I need to smoke fish. Hello, Kev. How are you? I need money. I think I need to go on a fishing spree.
Miney.
Oh, I need to go on a fishing spree. I don't have fish.
I'm trying to level up my foraging because it's my highest one that I haven't completed so far. And then I've just got to go mental in
Why
the
am I gonna
mines.
do that? Yeah, yeah.
If you go to the mines, let me know. So I need to up that level as well.
Yeah, I'm at 7.
Oh, I think I do
for,
man.
like, 7 for mining and combat, 8 for foraging, and then 10 for farming and fishing. So I'm trying to get them all up.
Yeah.
You know, Quiet, if you want farming levels, I can do whenever they're ready. I can just get you to harvest my millions of crops like I did on the other farm.
Ooh, I would love that if that's okay.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be in the other 3 months though, because they have just one stable crop that I can use.
That's fine.
That's
I'm
it.
okay with that.
Spring that doesn't. Like,
for some reason I'm
in
mad.
summer I'm
Kill
gonna
it.
plant like
Fight.
almost
Witch.
exclusively blueberries. Blueberries, tomatoes, aubergine.
Blueberries.
I
freaking love.
like
I
the
love
chili
blueberries.
peppers because they're all like that they only need to be planted once.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
There's
They just
no
rejuvenate?
plants like that for in spring except for strawberries, and I didn't have enough strawberries
Am
to
I
be
supposed to-
confident
you're
enough
not
to
allowed
turn
to
them into
explode?
seeds by the time.
No exploding here.
No.
No exploding.
No.
You're mid-conversation over there. You can't explode. Neither can you,
No.
Haunted. No one can explode it.
Wait, what's the other 3 rules?
Oh, what was the other 3 rules? But rule number 4 was don't die.
Don't die.
Yeah, I believe one
Sepia.
was don't judge other people. Because these were the rules that
Want
these
to
were the
not
rules for
allowed, not
these
allowed.
were the Smite books. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Bones.
Ah.
Perish.
I'm grabbing so much wood. This wood
Damn,
is
you got
mine to
wood?
be grabbed.
I'm sorry.
Oh yes, I do.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
so
okay, 'cause
sorry.
yesterday, me and Quiet were playing a game, and then I got like tiny planets that float around me, and then I got an item that makes them larger, and then me and Quiet just could not stop saying the fact that I had really big balls.
Yeah, Kai, believe it or not, Kai had bigger balls than me.
Damn, crazy. You got big balls. Hey
Yeah.
yo, hey yo. Yeah.
I got wood and large balls here. Clearly, I'm winning.
Hell yeah. Where the freak is the freak?
What the freak?
Where the freak is the freak? Oh, there's the freak.
We gotta play that game again, Kai. We gotta play Wolf game again.
Tomorrow, once
games.
you're back from work, but before you go off for magic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how long do you know if you're gonna be at magic for?
I have no idea. I do not know.
Alia.
Yeah.
You better win. You
Yeah.
better win. You
better.
will win.
You can't
We'll
come
probably
back
do,
disappointed.
Usually, the games vary. It depends on what decks you have. Because I've been in games where like a 4-player game has lasted like 2 hours. So we may just do quick consecutive games until I don't know how long we're gonna go for.
Quite, you better win.
You better.
I will try. We're doing
I'm
random
counting
decks.
on you.
What are you
We're
gonna
doing random
say?
decks though.
You can do it.
So-
You
I'm
just
counting
fucking
on
win. Punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Don't punch him in the face.
Win. Don't punch him in the face.
I would never punch him.
He'd have to travel to Sweden
Yes.
to punch him in the face. Don't
Punch
do
him in the
that.
face. Yeah, punch him in the
I can't
face.
do that.
Punch him in the
He's
face.
too nice. He's too sweet.
But have you thought about punching him in the
He is
face?
very nice.
He is. I would give that man a hug.
No punching in the face then.
I
Not
need to
allowed.
interact with him more.
Rocks. Rocks and stone.
I want to interact with him more, but I'm too nervous.
No, I get that. I was the same until I started just randomly sending videos, and I was like,
That's how friendships form. Memes.
exactly.
I just don't think we have anything in common. Cause like, I want to get into like the Warhammer and that, but I can't. It's money. It's very expensive, and I don't wish that upon me. I don't do magic, and that.
I don't wish that upon me.
Warhammer's. I'm already poor. Do you think I can have enough money to spend like 50 quid out of pocket for Warhammer?
I know Warhammer. I just realized what the hell are these things I need?
Okay, I can
Right.
teach you stuff so you know knowledge.
No.
You know I always will, and I will
I
just
know
say
you
the
will,
word.
and I want to get Warhammer, but I also don't have the money for it, which is why I'm not getting into it. Because if I get into it, I'm going to want to buy things.
Yeah. Oh, Mochi. Oh, man, trying to shoot me.
What I'll do is I'll buy a starter set, and then we meet up IRL.
No,
I'll bring it so you
no,
can try it.
no, no, no,
And then we
no.
buy you more.
Yeah.
no,
And then we buy you a couple
no.
of sets. And then I send money.
I know how much. You don't have to buy anything.
I don't have to, but I could.
Let me at least buy like the starter one so you can try it. Like,
Yeah,
but I will do. But I will.
It's like 45 quid, Quiet.
I can get it cheaper. It's fine. I know third-party stores.
I know a man.
I know
know
a
a guy.
man. I know a guy.
I know a
many
man.
guys.
Damn.
many a man.
You know many a man?
Yeah, I do.
Do you know a merchant though?
I do know a merchant actually. I know you could describe. You can allegedly say they're a merchant.
Close enough. Welcome back, merchant.
But I genuinely though, what I'll do is I'll bring it when we meet up IRL, so you can try it IRL. I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll clear a space at the table and we'll both sit there. We'll both sit there building Warhammer.
Warhammer party! Warhammer party! Many a men. Many a men. Go, many a men.
The
Men.
many men.
Actively avoid real men. Real as hell. I like men.
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 Women.
Insert the
Men.
YCH I sent you.
Yes. Yes. Ah. Die. Perish. Ow.
Yeah, okay.
No, not you. No. It was a bat.
Oh.
Trying to find goddamn squid kid.
Well, I'm saying if it's a man, book me a Combat Patrol Warhammer Combat Patrol Iron Mares. That shit's expensive.
Yeah, I saw how much they are.
Yeah.
Crazy. Warhammer expensive.
It
You like
is.
Warhammer.
It's like, what is it, like 110 quid?
It varies which one you go for. Because certain ones are more expensive than others because of how popular that certain chapter is.
You gotta tell me which ones you'd want and which ones you don't want.
I'm very glad no one took note to my screams. It was just Mochi being Mochi. And I'm like, don't let me interrupt you as I'm screaming. Please get me on.
I
Buy
will.
them in the first place, but you gotta tell me which ones you'd want.
I know. I'll tell you which ones. Oh no, it's late.
Yeah.
Well, you know I
it
love the
is.
Rat Boys.
Bed.
Rats.
I do. Do they have combat patrols for them?
I don't know actually. I'll have a look when I'm eeping. It's been a while since I've looked at the set.
You eepin when you eepin.
He eepin'.
No, I eeping in the game, not eeping real life.
He eepin', Mochi.
Good.
He eepin' up in here.
Eepin and
He eepin' up in here in my house.
Why? You have your own house.
I don't like sleeping in my own house. I get lonely.
So you sleep with my husband?
Yeah.
Why? You know, there's also my house that's right next to you, right?
Okay.
you better make it in time.
My God.
I'm running.
Why?
He's
I'm
running,
running.
Mochi. He's running.
Yes,
Mhm.
Mochi. Please, can you pet
I wanted to. Oh my god! I wanted to do a Sisters of
We
a
sleep
battle
over.
army.
I do it.
I'm doing
So
it. I got stuck
expensive.
on your
I
sign.
believe in you.
Do we
You
gotta
can do
help fund
Where's the
everybody's
beds?
Warhammer addiction?
What do you mean? Where's the bed? Go up.
Where's
Go up. I'm gonna use. Damn.
the house is too big.
Didn't the VPN
house
give you
isn't
problems
big
last time
enough.
too?
I'm
Not the
adding-
VPN,
I'm-
but with Twitch.
I'm saving up and. Wait, Twitch Mobile allows me to use the VPN. I'm actively on the VPN right now.
Twitch Mobile hates stock.
Yeah.
We'll say no cap, no
I'm
lie.
actively using
Mochi.
Doc's VPN to put myself somewhere else right now.
Oh, they do have a combat patrol. I forgot about
Get
that.
into Warhammer. Okay, so we don't need to
Okay.
fund your Warhammer addiction, Tona. We need to fund your space
Oh, that's
addiction.
expensive. Oh.
How much is it?
Oh. Okay, there's like
Why,
two
how
different
much?
versions. There's two different versions. But the combat patrol is okay, it's 80.
No, give me that.
Send me a link so I can see what's in it. Quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You get like 2 big rad dudes, no 3 big rad dudes, and you get like some other cool things.
Mhm. Oh, we get the dance. There's the dance.
The dance is
It's gonna be-
today. No.
I think I sent that to you.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Dance is, I believe,
Oh,
tomorrow.
I wanted to build a shack. That's why I have nothing else. Oh, thanks, Linus. Yes.
The shack.
That's why I have all of my like kegs and everything in a chest. I forgot what it was called. Really struggled there. But that's too many stairs. Stay with us, but also go to bed. But stay
Oh yeah,
with
that's
us.
expensive, Doc. Yeah, I wouldn't want to spend that much. I need to buy more skating, but
I have a lot of random things. Mochi?
Oh, where am I going?
I
Where's
don't
the
know.
entrance?
I
found
don't
it.
know.
What do you mean?
The house is too big.
Are you
it's not.
lost?
Quiet. It's
I got lost.
rooms.
How did you get
I got
lost?
It's not that big.
Mochi
It's
got lost.
massive compared to mine.
Oh, that's what I needed to
Well, yeah.
build.
Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Damn.
that's what I
Since
said.
I'm upgrading
Oh,
my
I didn't
house,
want to go to
you
town.
can't marry people if you don't upgrade your house.
Quiet's not marrying anybody. You need to marry somebody. Who are your options? Marry Harvey.
Who?
Or Sam. Married.
we
Penny.
could do.
Abigail. Not Haley.
Let me look.
You can marry Haley
There's
or
Alex. There's Harvey. There's Sam. There's Shane.
Don't marry my wife.
The men.
And we can be friends. Real as hell, haunted. Real as hell.
Then there's Haley.
Yes. Sorry.
And Penny for the women.
We man.
Women.
I don't know if you'd want to marry the men or the women.
I would
Who
say
are the men again?
Shane, Alex, Harvey, Sam.
Which was the blonde one? I don't think I've actually interacted with
Sam.
Yeah.
Where's Sam?
Yeah, he's the one that skateboards.
Ah,
Mochi.
he's a skater. Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's a skater boy. He said, "See you later, boy."
You later, boy. Okay, I just needed one more squid
I
kid.
don't think I've actually like interacted with them.
Mochi, your nail was in my hand. Penny isn't allowed? Isn't that Turnip's wife? No, Leia's Turnip's wife.
Yeah. I'm literally looking at the options in the menu because it says single or married.
Yeah.
And we all married our people. So like for me it says Maru is married because that's what
Car.
car. Sorry, my brain is
No, it's
going
okay.
on.
My
It's
brain was like, car. I'm sorry, stop yelling at me. We're not yelling at you. Sorry.
yeah. I'm gonna go upgrade my my pickaxe to iridium.
I should upgrade my fucking water can.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go upgrade it once it's summer and that, so I don't, because all my crops will like they're not gonna fuck up.
Smart.
But my brain isn't very with it today.
No, it's okay.
Game?
No, it's
Didn't you
not
know?
okay.
Just take it easy.
Okay, can you let go of my hand, Mochi? There you
I'm
go.
so tempted to go to bed right now.
Go to bed.
If you feel like
No.
you want to eat, go eat.
Fuck you, Clint.
Just
He's not here. He's staring at a fucking boiler because it's Friday.
It's just the way that came out of nowhere in the middle of the conversation. Just fuck you, Clint. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm with it. It's so chilly today. Look, Mochi, diamonds. Yeah, diamonds, Mochi.
Nom nom nom.
Yeah, we can munch on these. We're eating good.
Nom, 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 nom.
Really
Yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah. We eating the
Yeah.
good shit.
Harvested all the trees at the
Okay,
quarry.
Mochi, you can't just do that. It scared me.
Wait, did one of the trees get struck by lightning? No, I just mined a thing.
God.
The thing.
I forgot I messed up my hand. Ouchie. I should probably have told my lead that day, but no, why would I do such a thing? Why would I tell my leads that I hurt myself at work? Me? Never. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Give me the ladder, I'm leaving. And I'm going back in. What you do? That thing? That was the English of which I said. I may have not fallen, but slipped down the big ladder, the stair ladder, so my wrist hurts because I caught myself.
Oh,
But on the other hand, I had suits. I was holding Spidey's on one hand, and the other hand was gripped onto it as I slipped down.
oh no.
I didn't fall, but I
Maybe you bandaged it up.
well, I didn't. It's
Wait,
not
did you
hurt.
break skin?
No,
Okay.
it's just like when you
Did you take your
overextend
meds?
it. No. Also, no to that. But like, I lived. I caught myself. No
Yes.
one heard a thing in the room because I
You
just
better-
gracefully slid down 2 steps.
Go check on it.
I just.
If it feels bad
Good for
tomorrow, go somewhere. Go doctors.
See if I keep mother quiet now.
Yeah, you have actually. Yeah, if you drink, if
Yeah.
you've been drinking, if you've taken the meds, if you got it like supported, if you got like a support for it. Have you
Well,
got
actually, I
support
could
tape?
have support. My support's on the other one, but Mochi just laid on the bad one, so I'm like, oh, I feel it now.
Oh, they move your hand, silly.
She was on my entire arm. I couldn't move. She was sleeping.
Oh, but it's your
Why you
hand.
are genuinely more attentive than my mother.
Oh, I'm dying.
Don't do that.
I
Sib,
ate
that's so
soup.
I
I
got
ate
them
soup.
motherly instincts.
You do.
Your heart is just but a mother.
Quiet, you are just mother now.
I am.
Insert
Yeah.
the Kesha
I'm
song.
okay with that title.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Mochi. Well, my hand's on a cushion, but it also has Mochi on it.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Hy-
Hydrate!
At this current time, I don't know if I can reach my water. I should stand up. I should exit the
You
mines.
should stand up. Stretch them legs, stretch them.
I have a
bones.
Mochi on me. Mochi, you want
I
to stand up?
know. But your health comes first.
Mochi, you hear that? Health comes first. So get up.
Mm-hmm.
Mochi, I don't think we're completing this quest. I think I'm just gonna leave.
No.
Did I make topaz?
I'm gonna go make a worm bin.
Worm? I know, yeah.
Worms.
We do need to make worm bin. It's just a tribute.
The bin, that's a worm. It's a worm bin.
Yeah! Pinion. Bus stop.
Wait, we can still redeem songs, yeah?
Yes.
Hell yeah. One sec.
Oh yeah, quiet. Did you see the song I sent you earlier?
I did, and I did listen to it, and I like it.
Yippee. Sell all those diamonds. Sell that topaz. Sell 2 of those.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Yeah, to be honest, I can see why. Yeah.
I smoked a crab, you guys.
No.
Frank?
No, I smoked a crab. No, wrong.
No, what the crab do to
Wrong
you?
C. I don't know. He was in my pockets. That's it.
Look, I'm okay. I promise.
I'm okay, I swear.
Crab holds a knife. Boss music starts playing.
Oh,
I
there.
love that video. I think it's a lobster. It just holds up the knife and it's the...
This is crazy. Oh, that goes in here. Did I? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. So I locked into this Red Velvet song. Let me go to bed and then I can queue up. And then I can
Yeah.
stand
I
up.
made worm bins.
A
You made
worm.
worm bins.
Oh, I opened up to
Not
the meme.
worms.
Oh my god. Called weather.
I have no energy. I need to
Cold
sleep.
weather. Let me. Can I? Cold weather. I almost said delicious.
Yummy.
Delicious. Delicious princess.
I'll turn it
no.
up. I was like, why is there no game sound on my like audio things? Oh well, I fucking wonder why I'm tapped out of the game.
No, do what I do. Just turn it all down. They have no sound.
No.
I don't know how you survive in any game without sound.
I don't know. I don't know. It happens.
No. Oh, one hand.
One hand man.
Like, how the fuck do you play Megabunk with no sound?
No sound.
I don't know.
I in that game with no sound.
Okay, Sebastian's in my
I think
way.
it's just because I
need
have.
the sound.
I always have things on. It just like.
I just let everything play.
You
Mochi, did you
need
knock
the
something
sound.
down? Don't knock down my cookie.
No cookies.
No.
My gingerbread cookie.
I might go get a snack.
Go get
In a
snack.
minute.
Do it.
I want
Once
salami
people go to bed.
and pepperoni.
Hi.
I want salami.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You can sleep with me
Hello.
and my husband.
Yay.
He doesn't
That's
mind.
sweet. Ooh. Oh, Mochi, you're hitting the
He
coffee.
had nightmares that I would cut his hair bald
Chance worth
the other
30%
day.
more. Chance to
Oh.
find shields double. Gemologist rocks.
I just sat there like, damn.
Are you gonna jump down, Mochi? What are you doing?
We are the rocks.
Rats. Rats.
Rats.
Was I doing something?
Rats.
Oh!
Rats.
Rats! I was playing Pokemon on my phone.
Pokemon.
Quiet, we gotta play the rat game.
Yes.
We will.
Rest our
We
rats.
gotta play it.
We will. Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Also,
god, Mochi, move
I-
your tail.
Oogie oogie.
Are you go get snacks?
Yeah, I already had snack.
Kai, go get snack.
I think Kai has gone and get snack.
Oh, okay. Turnip, go get snack, maybe? Possibly? You're at work, though. I don't think you can. Did I plant more plants? Oh, good heavens.
Sarah, you go get snack.
I'm harvesting potato.
It's snacks.
Cauliflower! But I want salami. Kai, get snack for everybody. Petro,
Yeah.
Petro. Isanta, Petro. Yeah.
Kai, can I have hula hoops?
Yes, may I please?
But specifically the ones that they mention in the show.
Petro. I already have
In
you.
the
I love you, Turnip.
YouTube.
Ah! It's the wrong one. I have harvested so much stuff. Time to spend all my money.
Yay! Yay! If you want me to, if anybody wants me to buy things, they can. I got like 40k. I got like, all I've been doing is just fish.
Upgrade your house.
Yeah,
Oh, there's
for
a
what?
festival
Like-
today. Fuck.
Oh,
Petro. Oh, fuck. Guys, went to go get snack. Oh, well, it don't matter. We have till whatever time.
it's fine.
It's just dancing with our husbands.
Oh, I'll go stand in the thing ready.
Petro. I had extra seeds.
Go stand in it ready. The egg.
Oh my god, it's Egg Festival. I didn't realize what
Wait,
festival it was.
Wait, I come back, I go trigger festival, then I go leave again.
Okay.
So you guys don't
Okay.
have to sit around.
We'll
No,
hold
it's
down.
okay. I'm fine.
We'll
with
hold
staying
down the
around.
fort.
No, it's because
Pedro.
you can't go into the festival without me.
I feel so
Ah.
cute.
So,
Doc is
so I
always
come
like
back, I go do festival.
Pam, get back! You're not driving the bus today.
There
We're
you
doing
go.
the festival. Turn up,
Who is
Thank
who is
you.
last person?
turn up,
And turn up, go festival.
turn up festival.
Bye bye. I grab snack.
Bye bye.
Ah, hand cramp. Oh,
Hey Sarah,
Ah.
did you know Gamersubs has a sleep aid version? With melatonin.
Yes, you told me last time. Hold on, I'm gonna exit the thing. Okay, turnip's heading to win. Turnip at it. Yeah. Oompa loompa turbidato. The fucking Oompa Loompa song. It's so good.
Hell yeah.
Strawberries.
I need to find the drum and bass version I found.
Feeling about you. You should buy some strawberries so Kai has strawberries just in case Kai don't come back. Kai should be back in time. Because we can just
Wait,
chill
what does
here.
Kai want?
Well, I don't know if Kai has any strawberry. I like Penny. She's so sweet. Penny is so
Where
sweet.
do you get strawberries from?
Yeah.
Ah, I can buy a couple. You can buy. No, I'm not spending 2K on a plush bunny. Jesus.
But you could.
I bought the plush bunny.
I've got a bad feeling about you. Bad feeling.
Where is my future husband?
Where is my future? Wait, who are you deciding to marry? Ah, I see. I
I'm thinking
see.
Sam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey. Hell
I
yeah,
want
all
to
the
fuck
strawberries.
yeah. Put myself in the. Me, bunny. Me, good gaga. Right there. I've got a bad feeling. I do want salami and pepperoni. I'm gonna be
Pepperoni, get some
yelled at
pepperoni.
if I. I'm gonna be yelled at if I eat it though.
Oh shit, yeah, you're allergic, aren't you?
But it's so delicious. I had some last night, and I'm having carnitas later, and that's pork.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Is it? Does you get like a? Is it a
Sarah, stop
mild
eating
reaction?
pork.
It
Are
hurts.
you trying to build up a tolerance?
No, I just really like the taste of it. I just really like it. I don't have
It's
like
like when
allergic
someone-
reaction where my throat closes or anything. So it's fine. It's
What does it give you then, if you don't mind me asking? Does it just make you like? Does it irritate, or is it
it
just?
irritates my stomach. And sometimes it does make me
Ah.
nauseous. It's more like tummy
Oh.
problems it gives, which makes it more seem like it's a like I'm intolerant of it, but it came up on the allergy test, so
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I say if you could eat it, just eat it. You know.
That's what
Build
I'm
up that-
saying.
that tolerance.
but Doc said no.
Well, here's the thing,
One,
right?
one day one day you'll eat it and it'll fully develop into an allergic reaction because you've
Yeah.
exposed yourself so much to it.
But
One
with
day I will
allergies,
just
Like,
explode.
funny. No,
Isn't it the case that like the more you expose yourself, the less likely you are gonna have a reaction to it?
no.
Oh.
It depends on the person, but it can
okay.
be the opposite. And the more you expose yourself to it, the more likely you are at risk.
Oh shit! Don't eat it. Then.
I'm gonna eat
I
pepperoni and
retract my statement.
salami. Also,
I
Gar,
retract my statement.
fuck you, Gar. Get your ass in here. Also, don't. But yeah, fuck you. We were capable of
Oh, you're
winning.
so cool.
I miss you, Gar. I miss you and
Enjoy
you
this,
and Car.
Gar.
I miss having
I
you guys
miss
for
you, Gar.
farm.
I miss my girl.
I'm gonna start the egg
I miss
hunt.
my gar tails.
Wait,
miss them a
no,
lot.
I haven't talked to my husband yet. No!
I honestly, I didn't even talk to your husband.
Come on, let's go. I want the eggs. Give me the eggs.
I gotta put the cushion on the other hand.
I can win. I can win.
I could not win.
All we have to do is not have Abigail win.
My
I have the
wrist is
eggs
going.
memorized.
I'm
wrist is
holding
going.
S. You have them memorized?
Yeah,
We're staying in the same
I've played
place.
this for so long.
You're
that
so
I
real.
have my route memorized.
What if I cut you off? That's
Someone's
very
making the
mean.
eggs.
I got my friend mom, but like, yeah, Car's EP a little. Then she will be
Aw.
on. Okay, I dismiss you both. I think it's turnip. That's fine. I'm just holding S.
I miss my gar tails. I miss them a lot.
I miss my car. I miss my
Oh,
car.
I need to
That
get.
was me when you went off for your first day at work. Just
I
I miss.
miss my quiet.
Mhm.
Don't worry, I'm here in spirit.
Mhm.
I know it. I still can't get used to it. I don't like it. It's like
You will.
I know.
Quiet. Is it you?
No,
think
it's
we're
not. Is
waiting
it
for-
me?
I think it's turnip.
I don't think it's me.
Well, Turnip just said it's not Turnip. Have you gone through and it says waiting for players?
Yeah, it says waiting for players 3 out of 4.
That's what
Mm-hmm.
mine says.
Then it's you, Turnip. That's what mine says.
Down. It's okay. I'm playing Pokemon on the side, so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just clicking my wrist.
Either that or it'll just go eventually. Hello?
I need to back up and re-download Pokemon on this phone.
Yes.
Yeah. I need to get back into Pokemon Vodka. It's been a whole... I've been on it.
No, Turnip, I was the first to finish. It said waiting for players 1 out of 4 for me.
Well,
Oh, was the game just broke?
interesting. Maybe it broken. What if I alt F4?
We might have to.
Interesting. I'm gonna pill some Pokemon cards.
I want to get under my blanket, but I'm waiting until I know when we're gonna go or not.
Okay. I'm alt F4ing it. Ooh, song request. I'm tapped in the game, right? Okay, alt F4. I got a shiny Pokemon card.
Shiny.
So I have clicked
I also alt forward.
alt F4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. It didn't do it the first time. Let me get up this little song.
Let me load back in.
Shit, the fucking ad scared the shit out of me.
Me when I were.
God, it scared the shit out of me. Stupid fucking ads. Okay. Booting it back up. My bangs are gonna annoy the shit out of me. They're starting to become... YouTube has ads? Yeah. Because they're getting really bad with ad blocker and half of the things work and half of the things don't work. And or it just does not load the video.
Yeah.
So I just click refresh and it gets rid of the ads. But that fucking YouTube link loaded so fast and I forgot I had my volume turned up all the way. Roommates. And they were roommates.
Holy moly.
Okay.
Ooh, right.
It's back up.
All right.
I just hit my monitor.
Don't do
You're
that.
silly.
Please let me in.
Quiet, what if I get you?
Car.
Get me? What do I get you back?
My car has awoken. My car.
Aye.
She's woken.
They're awake.
My
I'll be back in a
car.
jiffy. Gonna put something away.
That was so brave.
Oh my god, my game is spazzing out. Okay. I got signed up for Royal Caribbean's cruises. Why? Interesting. What an odd thing.
Doc, you know what you gotta do.
What's he gotta do?
And by that I mean take a cruise.
Oh yeah. I was like, what's he gotta do? Take a cruise.
Take a cruise. Get away from here.
Coco, this is such a good song. No! The opposite of that. Enjoy your life. Don't go there anymore.
You better not krill yourself. I will go over there and make sure that you live.
Who are we keeping alive?
Doc.
Doc, you stay alive. I'm coming over there.
Why is every single one... Wait, no, I shouldn't be harvesting my crops. Oh, fuck.
I already harvested my crops. I gotta make space for...
I'm not harvesting any of my other crops. Because I gotta wait for them. Because if I harvest them now, then I'm not gonna be able to harvest them, like, the land is gonna be weird.
Understandable. Understandable.
Land.
Mm.
Hello. Hi.
Also, quiet. If you want flowers for gifts, look in
Mhm.
this chest here.
Thank you. I don't know what
Did
he
I just
likes.
see
I'll
someone?
have to search it up.
It's my car.
Car,
Okay.
you're so cool.
Oh, it's not too
It's Egg Festival today, Car.
Why are you stealing the eels? We must make more eels. My favorite Crossroads. I need to play Crossroads still. I really want to. Mochi, that was really ungraceful.
I really want to play Sonic Racing Crosswords, but it's so expensive. I'm not
It
gonna buy
is.
it.
Festival.
Well, I will buy it, but
Eventually.
there are other more important things I would like to spend my money on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually. Do. Wow, 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 wow. Okay.
He loves pizza. Okay. I gotta get him
Festival.
Mhm.
We're watching Bake
You
Off
can
at
buy
HQ Ad. You're
pizza for
watching Bake
600
Off?
money.
Ooh.
I want to watch Bake Off. That sounds so much fun,
I love
Jalen.
Bake Off.
What a
Oh my
freak.
god, is it British Bake Off?
That's actually a good question.
I love Bake Off.
Mm.
It better be
I
the
love
Great
Bake.
British Bake Off. Where they're all
Someone
stuck
say
in the middle of
something about a
summer in
game
those
they
dumbass
wanted.
little tents.
No,
Oh
no,
my
we
god,
didn't.
and the
We
cakes are
didn't
just
at all.
melting.
Mm-hmm.
Get your
And then there was
asses
that
for
one
the
season that
festival.
somebody
Goose.
took out somebody else's baked
During the
Alaska
festival.
out of the freezer.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They even have
It is
Like-
hell yeah.
they even have their own freezers. So why did she take somebody else's out of the freezer to put her own in his freezer?
Because they're so
I don't know.
stupid. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I need to message me.
Do you need strawberries, Kai?
I can buy strawberries. It's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna buy the bunny.
I'm going to
I
buy the-
complained the bunny cost too much, yet I'm buying the bunny.
Yeah.
I
Also,
might
you have so
buy
much
the
money.
bunny. I'm buying the bunny.
Yeah, I have money.
I also have
what
so
was
much
the
money.
fucking song? Room.
I'm glad that it's your favorite, Shaylin.
Oh,
If you like
it's
sewing, there's also
God.
the Great British Sewing Bee,
Ooh.
which is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
it's just 8 people who are- I believe it's 8. It's either 8 or 10 people who are really good at sewing, and then they just pit them against each other to do more and more complicated patterns.
Yeah.
Me, except it's just me the night before the con trying to sew something because I decided to make it last minute. I still need to re-sew Marcel. It wasn't even a hard pattern. I just had to do it last
you like-
minute.
If you like any kind of sewing stuff, then Great British, like the Sewing Bee, is so
Mhm.
good.
I'll still look
I've
at
watched it almost every year.
Eee.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fucking annihilate you kids.
Mm-hmm. It's Abigail we gotta worry about.
Yeah, well, we can kick her in the shins.
See, I like Bake Off, but it's different because they don't have the people that I used to watch presenting it anymore,
Yeah, they got new people
and
on
so
there.
it's different. Yeah.
I like the celebrity
There's
ones. Celebrity ones are
what's her
funny.
name instead of Mary Berry?
Oh, what's her name?
Paul is
Oh,
still there,
yeah.
but then instead of Mel and Sue as like the co-presenters and that, they have 2 other people, one of them being Noel Fielding, and I'm like, I don't like him.
He was in the Horrid Henry movie.
I still don't like Noel Fielding.
Sorry, I'm making music down here as you guys talk.
Yeah, I gotta.
Quiet, get in the line.
I love how we're all wearing the same shoes.
Quiet, get in the line. Why you turned around? You hate us.
No, I never hate you. No, don't put those words in my mouth.
So I didn't fucking say that. Yay! Look at us! Look at us! Look at us! Oh, bless you, Mochi. Oh,
Bless you. Bless you.
What is Harvey doing?
Shaylin, I just don't like him purely because my friend was like really obsessed with him at one point, and I just can't unsee that.
That's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna hit the festival go.
Ah,
Yes, let's start. Please.
yay.
Maybe the
Gotta
fest-
win.
Maybe the
Until it
festival was
eats
just
an
like,
egg.
we need
have
car.
to win.
Bing,
It's
bing.
the festival.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Skip,
I
skip,
saw
skip,
the
skip,
number
skip,
number
skip,
go
3
up.
out of 5.
Number go up.
Mhm.
4 out of
4.
5. Number go up.
4 out of 5.
We did it. Okay, I'm holding
Okay,
S.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh my god, there's eggs everywhere.
I don't know why I'm actually stressed.
So bad at this.
Oh,
Oh, you have to click on
Carl's
them.
winning those.
No.
Yeah, you would have them. Yeah, Carl's winning. Oi! Not you. It made me grab the pickup truck.
I'm already lost.
Yeah, it's fine. Carl's got most of them anyway.
Yeah.
No, she got the ones I wanted.
Yeah.
Car locked in.
I
Car
genuinely don't think there's any more on the map. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely don't think there's any more on the
I
map.
found one more. It was in a bush.
There's like either 7, there's like 18 or 19 on the map or something like that.
There's so many of us. We fucking just took all of them. Abigail got none. Fuck you, Abigail. I love you, but like, not here. This is war. Car! Woo!
Ah!
Yippee, yippee, yippee!
It's you.
Wow, wow, wow.
It's you.
Take the roses, meet me there where a few roses. I can plant my strawberries! I hear you planting strawberries.
No, no,
No, you don't.
no.
No, you don't hear swung, 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 swung.
Anyway,
No.
I have my bunny.
I have bunny too.
Bunnies! I'm gonna put my one there.
I took
What's
care
up,
of your
bunny?
cow's car. I have the dog, I'm sorry. Take me there.
Gonna
I
have
forgot I have a
Snow
kid!
White.
Oh, I can't say hi to the kid, it's asleep.
Let me grab my 6 cranberries. I'm starting to run out of cranberries.
I like cranberry juice. It's really nice.
I'm so
Bless
sorry.
you. Bless
Don't be
you.
sorry, it was a human response.
Normally I'm mutant, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's
Bless
okay.
you. It's all good.
Twitch is killing my phone rapidly? What the fuck is it doing? Take care of your phone. We'll still be here.
Yeah, we'll still be here.
You can come back when you
Watching.
can.
No. I press no instead of yes.
No, I don't want to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna go run and grab snack.
And I do.
Real.
Yeah.
But I want to sleep. I want to. My battery's dying fast. New phone for dog? We buy?
Be dying.
Yeah.
We buy new phone for dog?
New phone for dog. New battery for dog. We buy.
Yay. Going for dog. Oh, make a
Mhm.
The sweater's actually really comfy. I really like it. Okay, I put myself to sleep. I go get snack.
Okay.
Headphone off. Oh, I
I
grabbed
buy
Nessie.
pizza for future husband.
Okay, you guys have Nessie.
It opens at 12.
Thank you.
Don't forget, look at TV for Queen of Souls recipe.
Oh, I'm gonna look at your TV.
I want more coffee.
Yeah,
What the
that's fine.
fuck am I doing?
Ooh, coleslaw. Oh, I get coffee. Thank you, Kai.
That's the
Thank
coffee that
you.
my husband made. I thought you would like
Oh,
it.
I will drink now. Oh no, I will say. Wait, I'll save it actually.
He makes good coffee.
Hell yeah.
Clint sent me. Oh my god! Tomorrow is the desert festival.
Ooh,
We got to do the desert festival. I need all the bait for fish.
got all my
Actually,
iridium.
quiet. Do you want to take all the bait for fishing?
Ooh, yes, please.
I made 3 of them, so take whatever you want. They replenish every day. Don't
Ooh,
worry about taking them.
I'm gonna take them all. Thank you.
That is why I left them there for you.
Thank you, Kai. Hug you, Kai.
I wouldn't hug me right now. I want hugs. Can I have hugs?
I will
want a
hug. I'll hug you.
I'll go over there to Wales.
We'll
In
meet
my
the middle.
state, I'll go over to Wales.
No, not in your state. No, I will come over there.
No.
I'll come over to you. It's easier.
Yeah, but if you come over here, you've got to bring the anime if you have it on DVD. If not, then I'll just pull up Crunchyroll and we'll just sit there watching it together.
I have Horimiya on
Mm.
DVD.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I have other films which would be really, which I know you'd like.
You bring whatever, and we'll watch it because the 4 has access to the we can watch DVDs off of the 4.
Hell yeah.
So you can always bring whatever you want. Yeah, Coco, he's forcing me to watch anime.
Yeah.
I say that like I didn't actively want you to send it to me. He's forcing me to watch anime.
Yeah.
I'm like 8 episodes into Horimiya right now.
Horimiya is peak. It's the best. I love it.
It's really good, actually.
It is.
I didn't expect to like it this much. Genuinely.
There's a film that I need you to watch as well because I know you. It's really there's a really good film. Coco may know this.
Coco, it was forced. He kept sending me edits until I watched it. Can I do math? I think I bought too many seeds, but that's okay. I can't do maths, I bought 56 seeds.
All the seeds.
I'm not even kidding, I genuinely bought 56 potato seeds.
You gotta have all the potatoes,
Yes.
you know?
It was forced because you sent me so many edits that I'm like, damn, they're really cute together. I really want to watch this. And then I had to buy Crunchyroll so I could watch
But
it.
it all turned out well
You
in
know
the
I love
end.
you, Quiet.
I love you too.
You know I jest, Quiet.
I know. But no, you need to watch. There's a film called Your Name. So the premise is 2 people, during a certain part of the day switch bodies, and the story is them like having to deal with being in each other's body and trying to like act like how the person is, but then they slowly fall in love, and it's really sweet. And I reckon you'd like it.
Yes.
Whoa.
I agree. with this consultation of watch.
It's so good. It's really
Whoa.
good music as well.
I haven't even watched it, but I know it's good.
It is good.
I will see. Gonna watch it.
I have it on DVD, so I can bring it over.
Oh my god!
You bring it over.
You have it on
No,
DVD?
bring it
Bring it
over.
over.
I have it on DVD.
I
I'll bring it
will
over.
pay. I will pay for a hotel for you down here.
No, you don't do that. I pay for my own hotel.
Don't test me. I will.
Friday, you can go find your hotel.
Coco. I tried to eat my cracker. Oh my god. Me and
Are you
Hannah,
okay?
I just ate the whole cracker in one go with salami and pepperoni. Jesus. Me and Hannah both bonded because we love Ghost Hunt, and I don't know if you do, that I have the fucking DVD of that shit, and I love buying anime DVD.
Do you
It's so
have you seen the
hard.
dubbed version?
Oh, for Ghost Stories. That's Ghost Stories.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
that
Ghost
shit-
Stories.
That shit's
wrong
so
one.
fucking funny.
Yeah.
I still love that. You guys talking about that?
Also-
Yeah. Yes.
Doc, that's a really good film. I pulled my eyes out when I saw that in the cinema. I was crying. I was crying whilst watching that film.
Real as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Real. Oh, is my husband not going to talk to me? Oh, okay. So we can't crit
Shows
the
entire
baby
game of
anymore.
Fish is just it's
have-
like you would cry.
I've never seen it.
Very cry film. It's really good. I highly recommend.
I need to watch more romance. I gotta get
You
through
do.
this
I have
list.
loads of recommendations if you want.
Quiet exclusively watches romance.
I exclusively watch the romances.
Romances are good.
Mhm.
You want romance? Come to me. I know the good ones.
I have never watched romance before, and so I went to quiet.
I made sure they were comfy ones.
Also, tomorrow
You
begins
did.
the
They're
3-day
very
festival in
comfy.
Calico Desert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gotta go to the desert festival because then we've gotta go and get the outfits every day.
Yeah, I need the outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what are you munching? It better not be salami or pepperoni or whatever you said it was.
Cats can have a
Definitely not.
salami.
Salami.
It's both.
Oh, it's both.
It's both.
It's a two-hit combo.
Yeah.
And
As
she's.
we said yesterday, it's like a wedgie and a hit in the balls.
You did.
I
Oh,
also-
you may know this, Sarah. Have you ever heard of like when you
No,
when you
stop.
What?
No, stop it. Quiet now.
what do you speak of now?
I think this is what we used to call like a nut tap. So you would like hit someone in the balls and run away. You would like knock it with like your knuckles and you run away. Like you nut tap someone.
No.
I hate that you guys are going quiet.
I mean, I feel I have never heard of that, but I don't know if I would be one who would know.
No.
Never just hit somebody in the ball
I
set.
feel Kai staring at me.
The glare.
I could
Can you feel me
his,
dying in the corner while also staring at you?
No.
I'm just
Shit,
there in the corner, Family Guy death pose.
Wait, yeah, I've heard of that one before, Doc. Yeah. I think.
What is
We did-
wrong
That's
with
why I'm
you
like,
guys?
I've never heard, but I've never just gone around hitting people in the nuts, even as a kid.
Yeah, like you do that and you run away from the person, Doc. Like it's like
Why?
you do it like it is like a stupid thing, like you mess around with your friend, you go like, and you just run away.
That sounds about right. I would
Teenage
fully
boys,
believe that.
man.
Yeah. These gosh darn teenage boys hitting each other's in the nuts.
Mhm, mhm.
I keep forgetting I'm on
Pretty gay
stream. I gotta be careful.
We have talked about far worse and have
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I saw one of my friends open up Bald Gay.
Oh, I love Bald Gay. That's gonna be me later. I love the song. I say that it's classical music that just came on.
I gotta send you more class. I gotta send you one of my playlists for classical
Yes,
music.
yes.
It's on
Is
YouTube.
it the one? Is it the one I'm thinking of?
It's Thomas's playlist, which
Yes,
is
you
exclusively
gotta.
classical music.
You gotta. I bawled my eyes out
Mhm.
for that playlist.
Yeah, I specifically chose them to be more emotional pieces so that I would bawl my eyes out.
That's just...
Wonderful.
It's classical music to bawl your eyes out to, but it is in fact related to Finn's husband.
Yeah, like a 2-hit combo, as they say.
Yeah.
I love the way pepperoni tastes. Why it tastes
Pepperoni
so
does taste
delicious.
nice. Why does it taste so
You
delicious
can't
but
eat
hurt so
it.
bad?
That's what I'm saying. I've had tummy problems for the past 4 days.
Don't eat it, Dad.
I
What
wonder
are you
why.
What are you doing?
You're gonna make Quiet go over there and start mothering
I
you.
said that while delicately rolling it in cheese, which I'm also lactose intolerant.
I
Oh
was
my
gonna
God,
say, aren't you
Sarah,
also
please.
lactose intolerant?
Sarah, you're making me.
Just killing quiet over there.
Yeah, you are. You're murdering my boy. That's my homeboy. And he's on the floor.
That's my
Great.
homeboy.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Books flight to
But I
California.
love
Where are you?
cheese! I love cheese, I do.
Maybe she'll listen to you, Shaylin.
Yeah.
But look
Probably
at
not,
it.
though.
It's pepperoni with cheese. It's a perfect sandwich. There's no
You're
bread in it.
Literally too hot. You literally do the two punch cup combo.
Yeah.
And please tell me you also don't have issues with wheat. Sarah, I can feel that. I felt the giggling. No. Sarah, no.
Sharon.
Quiet, get to bed.
I'm only
Oh,
sensitive
shit,
to
yeah.
wheat. I can have it.
That's not good.
Hey, I don't eat whole wheat bread because I realize that starts to make me decompose.
Yeah, because it's got wheat in it.
Yeah, okay.
It's called whole meal for a reason.
Whole wheat! The whole of the wheat!
Sometimes
Crash it out.
when I eat oatmeal, I'll eat oatmeal in the morning because I'll eat it with toast.
No!
And
That's like the thing saying I gotta eat it just to feel something.
that's me with cheese. Oh no, me with ice cream.
No!
You can't stop me from eating ice cream. That would be a
ice cream
sin.
is good, but no.
No,
But
that's
yeah,
fair.
sometimes
I'm
when
not
I
just
have
it's ice cream.
yeah, exactly. But when I have too much bread,
I've been told that dairy-free ice cream sucks ass as well.
some of it's good. Where it's like, okay, it's good. But like, man, that real shit is so fucking good. What kind of ice cream? The one I'm thinking about in my brain is After's ice cream because they have a Biscoff cookie one.
I need.
That shit's delicious.
Doc, I'm so curious, Doc. What did you do? What did you buy?
What did you? I'm scared of
Have
this
you got-
package
have
that's
you-
just gonna appear.
Have you got
I'm
Sarah
also
ice
scared of
cream?
this package. He said that he's gonna try and send it out before Christmas.
Ah, shit.
Did you not make it back?
Went the long way. He passed out by my child's
Yeah,
bed.
how got there?
I'm dead.
Oh, but when I have oatmeal, sometimes I'm close to passing out after I eat it.
No!
It just makes me extremely lethargic and sleepy, and it's slightly the carbs, but it's also the
Don't
wheat.
eat it. Please don't eat it.
Hi.
Help!
Oatmeal's comas, got it? Yeah. What's my kid doing? Where are you walking to?
I cannot find the door to this house. Oh, I found it.
What do you mean? It's very easy.
I'm jealous.
The house
No.
is a circle, Clay.
I'm gonna
Can't
eat
get
more
lost
cheese.
in a circle.
Got a whole potato in the mail.
When will my things be ready?
Oh, that cheese was very sharp. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh, hey,
cheese.
gangster. Welcome in.
I love me some sharp cheese.
That was very sharp
Oh,
cheese.
The cheese that hurts when you eat it.
Oh, well,
I
that's
love the
all
cheese
cheese.
that kills me.
Me too, me too.
I know, but I'm pretty sure that's just most cheeses for you.
I mean, yeah, it's all cheese. But I'm gonna have carnitas later, so I can't escape pork today.
Ooh, what's that?
It's
You can't
pork.
escape pork today anyway, because you've just eaten it.
Yeah, well, I was setting myself up that I knew I was gonna eat it later, so might as well eat it now. Because I can.
No, don't do that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
1, 2. Roll. Oh my god, I haven't done any rolls today. Let me plant my plants. So I
I'm
make sure those get
crying.
planted. Don't
Why
cry.
are you stabbing
Oh.
me with that block of cheese?
I have
Because
so
it's
many
sharp
egg.
cheddar.
Because it's sharp cheddar.
Egg in me.
Cheese.
Oh, is it the festival
Meow,
today?
meow, meow.
Egg in me.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's tis. We just gotta wait for Pam to get there.
Can
you buy food at the festival?
Yes. You can have the cook.
Yeah.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Oh,
No, 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 no.
I inform you guys that my tummy hurts. It's the
I'm
fastest.
not
I
surprised
wonder why.
you had like 2 things that would just cause a reaction.
The berries! The berries! I need to go pick
Berries?
garlic.
Oh my god, yeah, no, because salmonberry season directly coincides with the
Salmon.
desert festival. It's like all 3 days.
Is Mr. Man's gonna be working in his place of work? Because I need seeds.
Okay, I go festival.
I almost just screamed at Caroline's
Wait, you come
face.
festival too?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I come festival.
Yay!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
your
1, 2, 3,
tummy
4, 5, 6,
hurts.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, So I don't know why I added multiple S's at the end,
Quiet, I wait for you.
but I
I'm
did.
coming.
Come on, 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 come on.
I'm
Stop. No, don't talk to you. There you go.
Come on.
Alright.
I love
Where we going? Where we going? Where we going?
cheese.
We go down here. We go down here,
Mm.
I
and then
love
you talk to Emily.
cheese. Let me plant my
And then,
plants.
no, sorry, you don't talk to Emily. You just walk straight in.
Oh, I want to see the fits. I'll be there in a second.
I'll wait for you. I'll wait with my fit on for you.
Okay.
Same here.
I need one flower. There we go.
Also, like I said, posted.
Posted.
Ooh,
Let
you
me
posted
scroll.
the things. Let's see what my atrocious outfit is this time.
Okay. I'll do rolls at the same time as outfits.
Oh, ooh, I look
Oh.
ugly.
Why she make you look like
Look
that?
ugly.
Oh,
for
why are
me.
you
Look at that, why are you
brown?
brown? Why are you brown?
First Broly's Doc. Doc, let me see what you got. 7, 9, and an 8.
I'm changing my outfit back.
Because your
this
phone
is
battery's
atrocious.
dying. Let's see what you get.
I won't pay
I got like.
I like the trousers. The trousers are okay.
Oh, Kai, you got a
Yeah.
16 because you're
Like-
farming, but you got a 2 and a 1 because
Really?
sick.
Wait,
Sick as
wait,
fuck.
wait.
Turnip, did you
Wait.
get clothes
Oh.
done?
Oh fuck! I've left one of the outfits on red for half an hour. Whoopsies.
Oopsie. Yeah, why'd you put slime on me? Okay,
I'm quiet. I need to forward this to you.
okay, the gangsters
Ooh.
roll.
Instagram or
10-4-1.
Discord?
I hope you're doing well. I don't know you will, but I hope you're doing
Okay.
well. You got a nat
It's
1 in there,
from
but you got a 10.
Jack,
What the fuck am I wearing?
What the fuck are you wearing?
I'm fresh as fuck. The
Ooh.
fresh fits.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, dog. I get it now.
Okay. Then it should be Coco. Coco. 7, 12, and 6. 7?
Mm-hmm.
6?
This
Maybe
is the one
7?
that
You're
you
doing
picked.
amazing, Coco. You got the golden numbers.
Yeah, I recognize it.
This is the one that you paid for. Yeah. Hello.
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 Oh my god,
Hello?
hi, girl.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Hello.
A car on a cars.
Car and a gar.
Karen, go.
Hello.
I miss you,
Are you
car.
okay?
I am okay. I was sleeping.
CP.
Understandable.
I CP.
EP sweepy.
Very
Waiting to hear
big
back
EP.
if someone will take my shift today.
Oh,
I don't know if
you're so
I don't
quiet,
like this shirt.
Kai.
This shirt's ugly.
I won Gar's new mic.
Oh, Garga new mic?
His new mic. It's like a shotgun mic.
Oh.
I just turn you up then. And then next time Gar appears, he's gonna yell at us, and then it's gonna go, ah!
Mhm.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
happens sometimes.
I can't turn you up anymore. Oh no.
How do I pause
I'll
my
just start yelling.
Use your outside voice. Use your stage voice.
I have made it to the desert festival.
Get outfit.
DOV. I want to see what outfit. I want to see what outfit.
I walk in.
I don't know if I like my outfit. She took the bow off my hair. Put that back
Mhm.
on.
She also gives you that weird ass
Number-
t-shirt.
Yeah, number
It's a
2.
very strange t-shirt. Yeah.
Number
Is
2.
that- Oh, I thought it was a
What am I
snake.
talking into? Oh, maybe it's a snake. I think it's a 2, but I like to picture it as snake. That
No,
seems.
I also think it's a 2.
The snake is cooler though, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I can buy
And
12
here
eggs
go,
off of Shane.
Yeah, what do they got? I
Ooh.
want to see this fit.
Yeah, well, it's from the calico eggs. So we gotta do the calico eggs first.
Oh, fucking calico egg. What the?
Oh my
Why are you
God,
a
no, you're
newsy
Mayor
boy?
Lewis.
newsy. I'm a
Why are you Mayor
newsy.
Lewis?
Oh my god, you're Mayor Lewis.
I gotta do the quiz.
Oh, so
I
true.
gotta do the quiz.
it up,
and
I'm
I
gonna
got-
get my
I
soup.
can do the quiz.
Hungry,
Wanna bet
yes.
on race?
Should a unique taste, yes.
The first question,
Extremely sharp
we
cheddar.
are in Calico
Rich
Desert.
marinara. Give me
And
pizza.
yes, the shop is
Snake forming
closed on
too, exactly like
Wednesdays.
Zootopia too.
Rabbit
Calico
costs
pizza.
8,000 gold.
Yes. Yes.
How many garbage? This
Did they even accept catch 3 sandfish?
and no,
Accept.
I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
No.
I fucked it up. It won't let me do it anymore.
Thanks, King Sting, sure bet. Sorry, that wasn't English. I need a sneeze. Oh no, but I need a fish.
Bless you.
Next race is to.
I want the extremely chopped cheddar.
I kind of
Bless
sneezed
you.
towards the mic. I'm sorry.
Bless
this
you.
side. Thank you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
He gave me pizza and well, it gives me +1 defense and +3 attack. So I guess I'm going into the mine.
Hey, that's what I got, and then I'm here fishing.
I just wanted pizza.
Whatever you call him at the end of the fishing rod? Yes, it is a cat. The bobber. Bobber. I hardly know her.
Bubba, I hardly know her.
Oh, hello,
There were
hello.
8?
Can
I
we-
thought there was 10, because they normally go for the middle one.
No woman mining first.
I locked into fishing after reading that. It's Skoma, right, child? Yes, 2. Yes, it is. I should. You didn't even have to tell me Skoma because I got that the Skyrim part. I'm like, yep, that's Skoma. That's in fact Skoma. Yellow. It's okay. I hope you've been well though. Willie, I'm going to beat your fuck ass. No, I'm not going to beat your fuck ass. No, your fuck ass challenge. I failed his fuck ass challenge.
You can do it. I believe in
I messed
you.
up on that.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can. This fish is calmer.
Yeah, I got 25 eggs.
Oh, damn.
Eggs.
Egg.
I didn't even
Egg.
take anything. I just wanted to go into the mines. Like I didn't even take a quest.
Oh, I
I
forgot those are those. Yay. Yay.
So reach level 30 or descend the skull cavern and slay 10 purple slimes.
And emotional
I'll
breakdown.
do that.
purple
It's going
slimes, yeah.
away.
I've just killed 2 purple slimes.
Oh, well, let's go. We're coming in as backup.
Let's go.
Let's
I'm on level
fucking
2.
go. Let's go.
There's a
Let's...
ladder there.
What? Excuse me, bug.
There's a ladder.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the bug floating above it.
Goddamn bow.
Yeah, he's just
Goddamn
trapped there. I
bug.
don't know what happened.
Yeah, he wants to take the ladder, but he cannot. All I'm thinking about is smiling friends. Oh, ladder.
Go down.
Slime. Lots of
Oh my
slime.
God. It's fine.
Ready
it's
up for
fine.
war.
Okay, so I guess we're doing that quest, huh?
Yeah.
I guess not.
I need
Let's get to the other
eat,
side.
No, I need to eat a salad. Oh, my wrist.
I guess
Oh,
we
there
did
we
it.
We did it.
3 eggs. I didn't even do anything.
3 eggs for you.
Remember, we gotta go and get our eggs. We gotta go pick them up.
It's funny, Charlie, because I can see you on the tree.
I'm leaving.
Oh,
I'm so. Turnip, leave. Dragons are coming. Oh,
Look.
a fucking dragon. I love Hatsune Miku, Charlie. I love Hatsune Miku.
I think I might leave to go get my eggs.
Eggs. Oh, we need to collect egg.
Yeah, we need
Manually?
to go collect eggs.
Me
Oh,
go.
wait, no, I don't know.
Why this?
No,
why
we don't.
this
I
floor
need
made a
to.
ding noise?
They picked them up, and I just didn't see it. I might be an idiot.
Okay, turn up echo up. It made a breathing noise though. Too late, I left.
Right, we gotta go up anyway, because we gotta get home.
Biggest change that will
Ooh,
happen in
yeah.
my life? That's fair, but that's okay. That's exciting. There'll be more challenges tomorrow. Thank you. Barbie, can you heal me?
Thank you, stranger.
What are you buying? What are you
What are
selling?
you buying? What are you selling?
That'd
Got
be
some
all-
rare things on sale, stranger.
Yeah! I fucking love the merchant!
I love the merchant too.
Pizza.
Why
A
are you
wood
excited
chipper!
I like the merchant in
A wood
different
chipper,
ways.
Charlie! A wood chipper!
Yeah.
Get fuck out, Shane!
Oh, I just left.
Yeah, he hates us.
Well, you're a soul scythe.
What the hell was that?
Tell you come back.
Well, no, you're a Cyphosaurus, that's what it says.
I need to watch more Smiling Friends.
I can't do it because it's the closest bed. I'm sorry.
Sleepover?
Sleepover! Yeah, sleepover!
Sarah?
Wait. Let me go over.
Yeah!
Let me go over there.
Sleepover!
Where's my sleeping chests? I can have sleepover.
Sleepover!
Yeah, come over, sweep over, eep over.
Sleepover.
There's a... I just need to put this fuck-ass outfit on the mannequin.
What the fuck
Hello.
is that?
Don't worry about it. I do want my bow back, though. Gotta take my bow off the mannequin. Have a wood chipper?
Where's your
Choke.
husband?
That's a good question. It's 1:10 in the
Also,
morning.
kind of may help you go to bed.
Mayhap, don't pass out.
Yeah.
We have beds to eat.
Perhaps.
What do I get?
Perhaps.
Hello,
I gotta be careful.
no,
Perhaps. Mayhaps.
Sorry.
There's mayhaps, there's perhaps.
Mayhaps.
There's may chance, there's perhaps.
Ooh,
And then there's
perhaps.
voluntary.
Just like Mick Taketh. I've been
Perhaps.
kidnapped. A Mick said.
Kidnap.
I'm McFarlane.
I'm
and I can't get
McFarlane.
up.
I'm falling, I can't get up.
I have satted.
Excuse me.
I have sitted. I've sat.
I seated it.
I've
There's your
seated
husband.
it.
Oh, we
Staring at
gotta.
frogs.
I gotta put this
Well-
outfit away.
Yeah.
What if I?
We're gonna get today.
What if I show up
I have
naked?
my inventory.
Have any spare wood or anything?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
There's 7 spare chests in this chest.
Or the
Seven.
black one, yeah?
gonna show
Yeah.
like this.
Can I take a chest? Thank you.
Yes, I said they were spare for a reason. Anyway, I'm taking all of my bombs down to the mine today.
I can help with that.
How many bombs?
I got too many chests, too many things.
I have 9 regular bombs, 5 cherry bombs, and 1 mega.
I have 9 mega bombs.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wizard. You gave me
Have a nice day.
rock and stone. I'm seated in my
Rock
chair.
and stone.
Rock and stone, brother.
Stoned.
Rock and
Oh, hello,
stone.
Dr. Beans.
I haven't moved my desk down.
Roost. Why'd you seem far
Oh my god,
away?
you're so small!
I'm small. I didn't move my chair down. My desk.
You have any games on your phone?
You got any games on your phone? My fish. Sorry, I couldn't get the words out of my mouth.
Fish.
My fish.
You look like a toddler.
I can't reach you guys no more.
No.
Why does that look like the freaking
sad.
hand meme? Of just a grab. I see
Me when I freaking get you.
me when I get you. I should just take a screenshot of my hand like that and then make my own. Did something fall as I moved my desk down?
I think so.
Always.
I didn't see anything.
I don't have a sub to one of my streamers who just has 2 emotes. One of them is the grab and one of them is another grab for the other hand, and it's just
Yes.
also we can drive ourselves to the bus today.
We can try.
Pam put up a note saying that she's going to the festival and we can drive ourselves.
That's fucking
Awesome.
crazy. That's a city bus, Pam. We don't even have a
I
license.
can't believe that.
I don't even know how to
Well, we
fucking
said that.
drive, bro. You're gonna put me behind the wheel? I'm gonna crash everybody.
Anyway, I'm gonna go and get my outfit.
Yeah, we're waiting. Hi.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wait. I didn't mean to get you to wait.
The
I have
festival
too
wasn't
many-
even open until that moment.
I have too many, like...
Shorty, leave me alone! I'm not short!
to do.
You're short!
You are short. Me and Doc
Wow.
are the same height.
Short. I'm actually 6 foot.
Yeah.
I'm actually as
Yeah.
tall as...
Quiet, like
a building?
12 foot.
Yeah, I'm actually 8'2".
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Car's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
much taller than me.
Yeah.
What is this atrocious ass outfit she's gonna give me today?
I'm scared.
What if
Oh,
it's the
no.
most beautiful outfit?
I
no.
see the pants.
Oh no!
Oh my god. The way the pants. Oh my god. I don't want to step out.
They're
Oh
baggy.
my god.
What?
Oh, you're in a skirt. You're cute.
Okay.
Oh, you're cute.
Okay. I got.
You're so cute.
Oh my god. Sorry, my alarm was going off. Sorry,
It's
guys.
so funny looking up
Sorry.
and seeing the Gar's mouth just open as the alarm coming through. Okay.
Quiet. What's your outfit?
Well, I need to do it. Oh.
I actually
Go
quite
do it,
like
go run
this.
in there,
Wouldn't
go
get
run
in
there.
line.
Green button.
don't know if I
She
like
matched the
this.
greens. I somewhat like it.
I need my mouse
I look like
used.
farmer.
I
like the
I like
pants.
the trousers.
Yeah.
I don't like the top. It's too neon.
Car get in there.
Like, look at that.
I was waiting until
Oh, that's fair. Oh, you want
I
to
look like
Oh my
Wario.
god, quiet. You look
I'm-
normal.
You're
Wa-
Wario.
Waluigi.
Waluigi.
Well, yeah,
Waluigi.
Waluigi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waluigi.
You're next.
Mhm.
Scoot you in there.
I believe
shoves
Tana
you
put in
into
her
the-
as well. We gotta see what Tana got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, quiet.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god!
Are you a handmaiden?
What is that?
You're a little babushka. The fucking sword.
I'm gonna go. "Wah."
Wah, wah, wah. Can I have any compliments? Come get your outfit.
Luigi.
Come get your outfit turned up. We must judge.
Hey, Turnip, is this you?
No,
I
that's.
think this is you, Turnip.
Oh my god, wait, that's Turn. Is Car still in there?
I am.
Oh my god. You still look like what I said. You look
Turnip,
like
I turned you
handmade.
into a little old lady.
Oh,
Hey, you
look
have.
relatively normal.
I
That's.
have boobs.
That.
Oh my god, you have
You see
tits.
that?
Wait, but that.
Who
That's.
gave you tits?
It is kind of cute though.
That's like Turnip's normal outfit.
It is cute.
Yeah.
Or what you had on yesterday. You look like a little babushka.
You can get pearls as well.
Like little grandma.
I'm gonna stay as Waluigi.
Oh, I didn't bring my Boombas. Oopsie. That reminded me. Turnip, thank you.
We
What
want
is-
You look so cute. I like the headscarf though.
Selling-
Why are the kids here?
Oh my god, the
Kai.
ancient doll. I'm gonna buy the ancient doll purely because then I
Kai,
can
Kai.
throw it in.
Kai,
Oh my god, wait, no, it's yeah.
I want to give it to you.
Cactus.
Stand
Oh.
still.
Boomba.
There.
Yeah,
You can
it's
have
like.
grey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my god, I can have gray.
I miss the Ren Fair. Oh.
This is upsetting.
It's like normal thing.
Oh yes,
Mr.
splendid.
Redford. Let's do that.
What's Kroger
cheese.
selling? The mummy mask.
What
I
are
want the
Don
mummy.
going to make from this man? Rubbled fruit skin.
What are you selling, traveling merchant?
Ooh.
I got 3 luck.
Ew. Oh my god. You know, I'm buying the Elliot portrait. You can't stop me. I need my husband. I gotta answer it correctly.
Barrel.
We are at Calico Desert. Kia's shop is Wednesday.
Ooh, Sebastian
Rabbit
portrait. I literally have one. I don't need another one. Gotta go, I love you. I love you, Turnip. Oh, not Turnip, Doc. You sorry, your names are both pink. Your names are both pink, and that's
We love you,
care,
dog.
that's
Aw.
crazy. Scorpion carp. I don't want to do that. Be safe, Doc. Be safe.
Yeah, I got calico eggs from
Linus
rummaging in
was
the bin.
impressed.
Ooh.
Desert table.
Ooh,
Down,
10
down,
serpents
down,
or
down,
12
down,
omni. It has to be 10 serpents, right?
That should be
Yeah.
easy to do.
Yeah. I need to go get my my pizza.
Delicious.
Gentleman
I always
attracted me. How could you insult Turnip? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to bring down Turnip like that. Obviously, that means you're calling yourself ugly. Turnip is
No.
what's a good
Which level
word?
you guys at?
1.
I got the prize.
Oh, you guys are in there. I had to go get my buff.
Someone likes me. Hey, don't put words in my mouth. Who said we didn't like you?
Yeah, whoever said we didn't like you, I'm gonna beat them up.
Whoever said we didn't like you, your mom's a hoe. I did. Well, your mom's a hoe then?
Oh, there's a
Question
ladder
mark?
over here.
Question mark?
There's a ladder on the left.
We love you, Turnip. Where's the ladder?
How
Oh,
far
ladder.
left?
Turnip,
Uh,
ladder up.
Ladder on left.
You're typing. I know you're typing because you stopped moving.
There's some.
You were
there's
typing.
mummy.
Oh.
Wait, how far left?
And that thing.
Quiet, you'll know when you see it.
That's how I was born. Real as hell.
Very ladder shaped.
Oh,
Very ladder.
Wait, let me place some
Very
of those cherry
shaped.
bombs. We don't reach any of the big bombs.
I was about to run into that. Oh, I collected it. You want cloth?
See the calico statue.
10 calico
I got 10
eggs.
calico eggs.
10. I'm so glad I didn't leave. Because I got those 10 calico eggs.
Wait, what?
You got them. Huh? You good?
Done there.
Quiet, where are you?
¿Qué pasó?
I can't find her.
You can't?
What do you mean you can't find it?
There's
I found
no
the ladder at
ladder.
the top. Yes, there is a ladder.
It's
Go
not
to the
left.
left corner. There is
I'm
a
in the
ladder.
top left corner. There is no ladder.
Take a screenshot and send it to me.
I am here.
great
This is the top
debacle.
left. All there is a hole.
Quiet, quiet. Please. Where the fuck are you?
I'm in the first level.
No, you're not. You're on.
I saw Sarah.
That's wild. That's wild because that's.
Oh, I guess we needed the
there's-
dragons. And I went down a ladder though when I was with. Oh, there's a ladder here, Car.
It's by been killing serpents.
I forgot to kill the serpents. I just ran
Oh,
instead.
level
Why go
13.
down the hole? What level are you on?
13.
Jesus Christ. You are.
Oh, I need to eat algae.
Wait, what level are
That's
you guys at?
wild. Like, I'm on like 5 because
I'm on
I've been waiting around
6.
killing all the serpents.
I'm 6.
Oh, real as hell.
I'm on 6 now.
Ooh. Oh, 2 ladder options. Oh. Oh. Dinosaur. Ah, why me?
Dinosaur.
Ah, dinosaur hurts.
Dinosaur do hurt.
That's so hard.
Serpent? Serpent, we need you. Serpent. Kill him. Kill his. Oh. Oh, we did it.
Cool.
Oh, ladder here.
What was that
Don't have to
shit
walk
from?
back.
Why don't I?
Oh, I got dinosaur eggs.
Oh yeah, we
Ooh.
have dinosaur eggs. We have dinosaurs. We have like 3 of them.
Yes. And future. Run for the future.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to steal that.
I cry.
I need it
No!
back.
No, cry. Can I press calico? Pressing it. 10 calico eggs.
See,
Oh, that was for wait, sorry, I think you stole it.
I think there's a ladder here.
Hole.
oh,
There's a hole. 8
I need to
Oh,
stop
there it
leaning
is.
forward.
Now wait, quiet. What level
Oh.
are you on now?
I'm here.
Calico.
Oh,
Oh,
hi.
hello.
Hi.
Where the fuck you been?
Hello.
Hey,
on
there's
level
a ladder
13.
down here. It's like we lost a child. And then we found them.
Yeah.
There's a ladder on
Quiet,
the
I
bottom
missed
left.
you.
Missed you too.
Egg. Egg.
Egg.
Egg.
egg in
Egg.
Egg.
Is everybody on this level?
I eat pizza.
Click. 100.
Oh my god, we got
Oh my
all of them.
god, we got 100 each. Hell yeah.
100.
I have 250 egg.
100. The nether. Sorry. Sorry.
Never.
The nether.
Hey Shadow, it's me.
Where
The
the hell
nether.
is...
So never.
Yeah, we gotta go
Oh,
back.
it's midnight.
Oh, there we
hi,
go.
Ladder.
I was desperately just trying to find the ladder.
And then we'll just go right back up.
Come on, quiet. Why'd you pull out a sandfish?
Why
Why won't you just pull out a sandfish? I was like, why are you pulling out a sandfish? We gotta go home.
No, I didn't mean to press no.
Pam, move out
No,
of the
we're gonna eat
fucking
it.
way. Why? It's the same.
Eated it. You eated it.
Absolute chaos. Psycho Mantis. Sorry. Psycho Mantis. I love Psycho Mantis. I love Psycho Mantis, Charlie. I love Psycho Mantis.
Don't eat the sandfish.
Don't eat. Put it away. Party at my house.
Yummy.
Everybody go to sleep in my
Party at
house.
myself. Party in Sarah's house. I bought the sandfish.
I brought sandfish. Whoa! I brought rocks.
Hello.
I got me rocks and stone.
Okay. What's everybody else?
Don't you don't hear the voice. Oh, it's my favorite music
Car!
song.
Car!
Car,
Car!
no. Car.
I eat bead.
No, it's the sweetie.
Neeby the sweetie the neeby.
Oh, we just all like crash at Sarah's house, and her husband's just there in bed with us.
He don't care. He says, my wife's just silly.
He's invited to the party.
I was pulling Pokemon cards. I had the pack sitting on my phone this entire time. Latios. Latios, shiny card.
Yes.
Latios. Latos?
Toes?
Toes? Rerun.
Economy?
Lama podeng. Sorry, I don't know. Oh, child! My child. I don't know where
The
my
child
child.
keeps walking towards me. Take the sandfish, child.
He's threatening you. He's
Child
like, who the,
Social
who the frick are these people
Baby's
in my
getting
house?
closer, I don't like it.
Yeah, like this. Don't
What's
mind.
with the
Oh, I had
bats
Pokemon.
up the
Pam is
stairs?
not once again.
She didn't.
Pam is once again not there.
She wants us
You
to
can just go
illegally
to the
drive.
desert.
Illegally
Yeah,
drive.
To do it
Pam.
again.
Damn. I need to put stuff away,
Mhm.
Pam.
Well, I'm gone. I'm going.
Fucking one.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm gone, princess. Oh my god, we need to go and get the cactus. The cactus.
The cactus. The
last
cactus,
baby,
Charlie. The
get the cactus.
cactus.
Oh my god, where do we get the cactus from?
I'll show you.
I'll be there in a
I'll show you once
second.
we're here.
I kind of gotta harvest my freaking crops. No, you know what? My crops can sit there. Suffer as I
Yeah,
have.
my crops are
Suffer
staying there.
as I have. Sorry, that's.
As I have suffered.
I'm a little Overwatch build in the brain. What
What is the melody?
What is that melody? Dude, that fucking like story cinematic, so fucking beautiful. That man's just a developer in the game. He was part of like the
Hello.
team. He wasn't even a voice actor before
Yeah.
that.
You don't have a show. You don't have any clothes on.
Hey, okay, I'm prepared. She's gonna give me free clothes.
I'm
Oh my god,
prepared.
why did you make her run?
Okay. I don't know. Come on. Quiet.
Cactus. Oh, cactus! Turn up down here.
Cactus!
Turn up cactus.
Cactus!
Go downstairs.
No! Oh, it's not open yet. Remember, it opens at
Oh.
10.
Oh, okay.
10.
That means she
fuck.
probably
You
opened.
put
Oh no,
clothes on.
turnip already went in to get clothes.
go get clothes.
Oh, yeah. We can get clothes. Can we get clothes now?
Yes, we
Oh
can.
my god, we can.
Car, come get your clothes. Thank you for thinking of me. Of course, of course. You were standing there, and we all need our cactuses because they're special for us. Meow meow.
Cactus.
Meow, meow, meow.
Individual
Yeah, car, get in here. I won't leave until you get in here.
Car.
It is a party.
What do you mean, sorry, if that hurts? Emily, what did you do to me?
Stabbed you with scissors. Oh, I see someone's toes. Oh, that's a
Oh
my
cute
God.
fit.
Oh my god,
The little
cute,
bow.
okay.
Oh,
my
my god.
Oh my god. Them goggles.
Oh
You
my
gotta keep the
god.
goggles on.
Oh my god, if I grab my goggles, we could match.
Can we be goggles?
Why am I green again? She gave me the same fucking outfit.
Oh my god, she did.
She ran out of ideas.
She did. She said, damn, this fucker's the same.
Ew, why am I representing Joja?
Oh my
Why you
god.
don't-
Why is the
I
hat so
know.
tall? We can match with the number 2.
What
Fuck
number
yeah.
two?
Gotta line up
Number
together.
2. What the fucking that hat is so big on car. Okay.
Here we go.
Like
We gotta
I
get
wanna-
kicked
that
I-
out.
I
wanna get back-
can't
I
get
wanna
out of this
be-
now.
I wanna be Waluigi.
Waluigi.
Cactus.
Wow.
Waluigi. Mario.
Yes,
What
give me
you're
cactus.
offering? New cactus.
What
Oh
diff-
my
Oh
god.
my god.
Cactus.
Look at my
Which one is
guy.
Oh my god. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
It matches the goggles. I like turnips with the flower because the little bow is cute.
Quiet, did you get your cactus?
I got
Oh
mine.
my god, he's
Sandy
smiling!
has committed numerous
That's so cute.
acts of war crimes. In this essay, I will.
In this essay, I will. Car, did you get cactus?
I already got one yesterday.
Oh, okay. We will examine yours back
Aw.
home.
Okay.
We will be the judges of your cactus.
I gotta
Yes.
put my outfit.
Put it
I
in a
gotta take
place
these
of honor.
goggles off.
They're
talk to a
prime.
sheep
Oh, what
guy.
is Pam selling? Oh, wow. She got 3 options. She got 3 looks. 3
Is
looks.
it all out?
The good night shirt from Maru is so cute.
Oh
Actually, gonna Maru's wrench
my
bar.
god, the wrench! What is that?
I'm gonna find a shirt.
Okay, the goodnight shirt is adorable. I might buy the
Yeah,
goodnight shirt.
I bought that shit. That's in my pockets right now.
I'm buying it. That's also in my pockets.
It's on my body. It's on my
No, I don't
body.
do that.
We bought you.
Oh, that's cute. Oh,
It is
that's
really
cute.
nice. What you got? What you got? I can buy. I mean, I have that. Do I need more
I like that.
calico statues? I might buy some. Because I
Wait, can you
always
buy
need.
the
I have
calico
the
statues?
fireplace.
Yes.
I'm buying the mecha bombs
Mega bomb.
with all of my money. I
Mega
now have
bomb.
15 million.
Where can you get the calico statues?
Rubbish.
What do you mean?
Rubbish.
Oh, Rubbish.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get 2. Do I want another
Mega.
desert fireplace? Probably not. I think I have a total of like 4 calico statues now.
I gotta get the I gotta
There's
eat the
30
pizza.
eggs for whoever returns it. A gold bobber. Well, I'll accept it, Willie. I don't think I'll do it, but I accepted it.
Oh, it's
What
do
should I
you
make?
have?
I want pizza.
Slay 10 serpents. We can slay.
We slay. We so
I
slay.
can-
Right
I
meow.
slay.
Right fucking meow, Kirawa.
always slay.
Exactly.
Mhm.
buying crab cakes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I need to itch
Oh
my
my God.
eyeball.
Oh my god, Lord.
What if I itch my eyeball? Oh, don't place that.
What's it? Itch eye, poke eye.
The Gilai Belai. Gilai Belai pet Belai red eye. Yeah! What else is there?
Okay.
Why is everything going on? Ooh,
There's
egg.
so many
Ooh.
more.
Boomba, the
I should
egg.
calm down. Get the fuck out the way.
Oh, that did damage.
I need to itch my eye.
Yeah, I told you to move out the way.
I press but.
Why did this go
I press butt.
Why is there so many
The
ladders?
skeletons are after
Skeletons are
you.
after us.
I'm going down a ladder. Why are there so many What the frick are these?
Oh my god, what the fuck are you?
What the frick are you, bro?
God.
Oh my god, he threw a
look so
fucking
cool.
Boomba. I need to itch my eyeball.
Ladder up top.
Don't poke eye.
000. Oh, there is a ladder up top middle.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay, I just want the aquamarine and the topaz.
Da.
Oh yeah, I have bombs. I keep forgetting that I have bombs.
I love car singing.
Garden
Oh, Boomba. Okay.
Oh,
Hole.
that's a big boom.
Hole.
Hole, hole,
Hole.
we're hole.
Hole. Hole. Big empty.
We're hole.
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 Ah,
Hole.
We must kill.
Sure. Hello.
Kind of going.
Skeleton ain't got nothing on us.
Damn. Ow, he hit me.
Oh my
He
god.
hit me.
Quiet.
Dang it, there's stuff for it. Kind of bad.
Hello.
Don't throw again. Oh, he dropped a bomb. I took the bomb.
oh, that
I
did
will
not
use it.
help.
Bomb.
I'm a fraction of
Um,
dead.
You
Quiet,
want
quiet,
algae?
quiet.
Thank you, Kai.
I got a curiosity lure.
Thank you, Kai.
Ooh.
Yeah. It looks so curious.
I found a ladder. Oh, I found a ladder.
Oh,
ladder.
with the bug hit
Ladder,
me.
ladder, ladder.
Ladder? I hardly know her.
Ooh, a full refresh.
I have Boomba. Oh,
I found
Turnip has Boomba. Oh, don't use it, Turnip. Okay, we used it. Boomba income.
Oi! Stop throwing bones at me, monsieur. Why did I turn French?
Monsieur, please stop.
Monsieur, I can't do the French.
S'il vous plaît.
Don't attempt French. It's just an
I
insult.
don't want to. I know. I don't want to insult anyone. I'm sorry.
We're too British for this.
British people can't learn French.
Yeah.
No.
No, illegal.
Oh,
Oh,
my
ladder,
God,
ladder,
there's a
middle.
There is a funny clip I gotta send.
We have found no serpents.
They hate us. They know we're here to kill them. Boomba.
Mm-hmm.
They do not crave
Meow, meow, meow,
violence.
meow. Meow, meow, meow. You and me on our
Boomba.
twisted fantasy. Ow, don't hit me.
Booba.
Booba? Wonderful.
Booba?
Mm,
Booba.
just a little.
Just a little. Have we found ladder? Where's leather?
Well, I need to stretch.
Oh, hole. Hole.
Leather.
Hole.
Oh,
Oh.
no, quiet, no!
I didn't see the hole.
It's okay. We found at the same time. We're only 6 floors ahead. It's okay.
Only 6.
Hey, I think that slime's stuck in there. Do you want
I'm
Boomba?
gonna-
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Boomba.
place, Boomba, like big Boomba.
Okay, I step all the way back. No, you almost didn't step back. Ah! It goes to collect eggs. Got jump scared. Is that slime stuck in that? I want to hit
We
Calico.
completed it.
Full refresh.
Oh, that really helps.
Oh, how did I get that stone? It came flying
Yeah,
at
how
me.
did you get it? When I walked up to it.
It was following you, and then it said, "Actually, I want to go in her pockets." Oh, good luck. I'm gonna put. I like to put the booba. The booba.
The booba?
The booba.
What?
Red cabbage. Red cabbage. I put Boomba down.
I'm thinking. Oh, okay, you do it.
You.
move
I
out
put the one
way.
here.
No, you do it. Okay. I can't move out.
Oh
of the
my
way.
god. Boomba went bigger than I thought. Fuck you. And your chicken strips. Should we go up so we spend egg?
We could. I don't know how many egg I have.
I have almost 200.
I have 68 because I spent my egg earlier.
I don't know what else I want.
I go up. There's no point being here still. Let me get rid of the sap in my inventory.
Don't touch me! You mind if I fucking pass out? If I fucking pass
How
out.
did you die?
He hit me when I was in the trying to exit menu.
Hello.
The fuck ass, bitch ass,
Hello.
fucking little stupid
I wanna
ass.
fight.
I want that mummy mask. No, I don't.
Because if you want them, if you wanted something, I can throw my 48 eggs.
48 egg. I'll just take that mummy mask. Manuel. Manuel.
Wait, do you want egg?
Egg? What type of egg?
Yeah, the calico eggs.
I don't have any anymore. I've already sold all
Do
mine.
you want? Does anybody want my
Shall we?
eggs? I don't want them. And they'll disappear after today if nobody uses them.
Anybody want my eggs?
Mhm.
Is anybody selling
I want
stuff?
more eggs.
Oh, it's 12 a.m. Maru. You, how dare you leave?
More bombs, I guess. You know, there's a. Do you know there's a statue guy over here that can send you home, right?
Yeah.
I took car. I drove.
You
I
drove the
collect
car.
berries
You took me?
by car.
Hello. I go eat now. It's late.
Party?
Mhm.
Bring cactus?
Cactus.
Max, how have you been? It's been a hot minute. I got a potato in the letter.
Me and Quiet sleeping at your house without you there.
Hello. Hold on, I gotta decorate for us, you know.
Mhm.
Don't mind the cactus,
Okay,
giving that
it's like
little, you know.
I bought too many.
It's not
cactus,
cactus, it's
actually.
cactus.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
Cacti.
Okay. I'm doing good. We have good farm day. Good chill farm day. We all need calm
Spiky farm.
farm. Yeah, the JoJo
Hello,
supporter.
Princess.
I don't know why she put you in full JoJo merch,
I don't know.
and I don't know why that hat's so tall. Me sleeping alone in my own bed because it's close. Damn, it is. You're actually really close to the warp. Stardew grind is going great. We have the island. So it's going really good.
I need to go to the
I know. I'm...
damage to the farm.
Who the
Mhm.
frick? Oh, I don't want this fit, but it's on. So
What the freak?
what the freak?
Sorry,
Curiosity
Quiet, I didn't mean to
noir.
slam that in your face.
No, that's fine.
We have a pretty good farm going.
No,
We
it's
do, we
not
do.
okay.
What the hell's not okay? What the? Oh my god, is this the
I
clown song?
accidentally slammed a door in Quiet's face.
You could have hurt
It's
it.
fine.
I feel
No, not fine.
bad.
Not fine.
It's fine.
Not fine. Not fine. Oh, oh my god, Toku, my Toku. Hi, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are farming. We have the whole gang here, and we just finished the Calico Desert. We're Raiders. You are Raiders. Hello. Hello. I can't say hello without thinking about smiling friends. Oh my god. Wait, I don't want those salmon berries. I'll sell a little potato. I won't. Give me back.
Hello, princess.
Hello, princess.
Hello.
Thank you for giving him shout out. Hello, hello. How was stream today? Oh, don't eat the potato. Hold on. Don't eat the potato.
That's what trousers on.
How was it? How is everybody doing? My name is Sarah. Oh yeah, Doc's not here. My name is Sarah. We play a lot of horror games here. On Wednesdays, we do farming, and today is just lines up with community farm. But yeah, we're playing through Dying Light right now on Mondays. We got some Resident Evil streams. We do a whole bunch of little stuff. Stream was awesome. Fuck yeah. Glad to hear that. We laughed so hard. Good, as it should be. Can I? Is this ready? No, it's not. Okay. I didn't want to do it, but I had to buy $49 manga volume earlier. Ooh. Potentially out of print, but I needed to complete it current. Oh, okay, I get that. I get that, Max. It really be like that. I hate how much some mangas cost, especially when it's going to be out of print. That's how Oron used to be,
Hello,
but it came back into print.
Don't mind me.
Hello.
Don't mind what I'm wearing.
Some hostages, we
No,
don't
it's
know
okay.
if you will release them. But the rest nice. Okay, you know, that's fair. Some horror games we finished. Oh, Laundry Sim. Okay, okay. I know exactly what game you're talking about. That's so much fun though. I need to get back on my horror game grind. But also I
Your
miss
horror game.
yeah, my my horror game. But I miss my cozy games. We played through a lot of horror games in October. It was really fun. But if anybody from the raid needs to go take care of themselves or anything, and you streamer, if you need to take care of yourself, de-streaming anything, go do that. That's important. We will just be here farming. We got the whole gang here in my collection of Calico
Farm.
statues. Farm. Do I have Calico
Farm.
statue inside? Oh, it's over there. Oh, and one right there. Oh, and another one over there.
Hey, can I trouble somebody to go into my house and
Okay.
move all of the things that are right next to the door?
Okay. Get in there.
There's 3 plants, the wallpaper catalog, and a crystal chair there,
Oh
and
my
they need to
God.
be moved.
Little bunnies. At the front door?
Mm-hmm. At
Okay.
the front door.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's all of those.
okay.
Is it this as well?
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah. I just
No, it's
saw
all
it emerge. I'm gonna do a beautiful little where's the last? There you go. That's everything from my
Thank
pockets?
you.
Yes.
Hey, Lord.
I've played this game before. I'm on expert in fishing. Ooh, I don't fish. Quiet
Gonna
here
have to
though.
completely quiet.
Oh, you disappeared behind the tree.
Oh, yeah, I'm still here, don't worry.
Jeez.
Yeah, I fish.
That's our
everything I do in
fisher.
this game is fish.
That is our fisher. Fisherman right there. Me? No. Me fish? No. Me?
It's Mr.
Ooh,
Fishman.
gaga. Oh yeah, let me catch you up. Is that anyway? I hate 47 and this morning. It be that way. Honestly, I agree with that. But it's so hard to find certain volumes sometimes that you just kind of have to bite the bullet. But I hate that. I remember you were trying to get
I gotta
someone to
please tell me
swap shifts,
this.
wasn't it? Yes. So I
Right.
did end up going to TwitchCon. I only had to call out a 1 shift. Yippee! But it was lots of fun. It was an experience. I'll see if I go next year. But it was fun. I got to hang out with my friend who I don't honestly get to hang out with at all. So it was really fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Wait, I have 2 pairs of goggles.
Oh my god, I'll put my goggles on for you.
Oh my god, wait, no, I can put my goggles on. But that means, unfortunately, that I'm wearing the goggles and the bikini top.
I have my X-ray goggles on.
Right. Wait, where are you?
In
There you
front of my
are.
house. Why does my hair look so dramatic? Because
Hey.
this one string.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Don't mind me.
Hi, how you doing? I need to go buy seeds. Hold on. Okay, time. I think if I was gonna go to TwitchCon, it would be the EU one currently. That's fair. Honestly, that's a very cheaper option for you to do, so that makes sense to do. Honestly, it was interesting. It's definitely a changed environment now, and a lot of people realized it this year because there was a lot of IRL streamers, and that was a very interesting vibe. I hate. Okay, that was a notice. I was like, I hate Pierre. Why is he not open? He was. I just read the notice instead.
I also hate Pierre though.
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, no, that's true. I also
Yeah.
hate Pierre. I hate Pierre, but I hate Jojo more, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Concur.
Yeah.
I concur. Gungaga. Me? Gungaga.
I can't wait till I can afford the furniture catalog.
Yeah. I can't wait because then
So
I'm gonna be
real.
like, hey, can I borrow it?
I am gonna spend 3 full days in this game organizing every single.
Yes.
Are you still? No, you're back. I need to go and run to Pierre real quick.
Do it.
Green beans.
Green beans. Okay, I can put
There should be some in
potato.
my chest.
Do you need green beans?
Maybe.
What the hell? You
The
where are you?
raccoons need pickled green beans.
Have we not pickled the green beans?
I don't think we pickled the green beans.
The pickle and the green beans in the preserve jar? Yeah, pickle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pickle.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll pickle a green bean.
Pickle.
I got a green bean and I will pickle it. It's being pickled.
I still want to go to a convention. I need to go look at what conventions there are in the UK. I don't think there are very many though. And they're all gonna be like in London.
There's a London anime one that's quite good.
I
Yeah,
have
but
heard of
that's
that
not
one.
Too.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to
Wanna go
build
to,
something. God.
And I don't want to go to London.
Because
that's evil.
Evil.
It's okay, I'll go
It
with
is
you.
evil. Yeah, you come with me because then I won't
Yeah.
have to face going to London on my own.
Oh my
That's
god, the
okay, I'll
Calico
come with you.
statue line. What's this?
Yeah,
shipping
I
them.
bought too many.
No, that's good.
Hello.
We can
Oh,
continue them each year.
I don't want to. London is too scary.
Oh yeah, you've got to go with someone to go to London. Like, just it feels better when you have someone with you.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm too anxious to go on my own.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't go on my own either.
Do I not
There's
have?
like an anime convention that's like not that far from where me and Sarah are, and I really want to go to it.
Ooh.
Which one? Now I'm curious. Message
Well, I
me.
want to say it 'cause
Yeah.
it has the city's name in it.
Okay, one of those.
Yeah, don't dox
Message
yourself.
it or put it in the side chat
I'll
here
do it.
for us little. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, maybe, or message me. Yeah, one of those options.
Just probably message.
Probably
the
just message.
You have options of which way to
Do not share your location with me. Quiet.
share your exact location with the entire chat.
I know you and Gar literally showed exactly where you live
Yeah,
to me
you
on
know
Google
where I
Maps, but
live.
please don't do that.
How do I get stone path, the better stone path? How get a recipe? Buy?
You buy
Okay.
Robin.
Okay.
Robin sell.
I need to go Robin.
Sell for cheap. Buy all recipes.
Sell cheap buy? Okay. Sí. Sí, bueno, bueno.
Cheap buy.
Sí, bueno, bueno. Thank
Like
you.
100 monies.
Sí, bueno, bueno. Sí, bueno, bueno.
What now?
Just try to explain in the
Sí,
least
bueno, bueno.
amount of words possible.
No, Car. Oh my
Wait, I gotta-
god. I went to
gotta
go
grab my
see
cactus and
Christmas
sit down
Carol.
with yours.
Great. Yeah. Super short. Only an hour. But
Oh.
I was talking to Jason afterwards because I was like, okay, maybe I will audition for Shakespeare because I would like to do Shakespeare. But I straight up looked at him and I was like, if Shakespeare what do? Like, how audition? How do? He understood me. He was like, yeah, just do a Shakespeare piece. Just something that's not from the play. I was like, oh, okay.
What do?
What do? You
How
know,
about we just have a line here?
as we should.
I've just noticed
For
it.
now, me Disney. Oh my god, no! Shaylin doxed herself! She's at fucking Disneyland!
Oh.
She's at fucking Disneyland! By my granite lips. I haven't listened to this song in so long. Wow. Meow, 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 meow.
Because we don't have one in the UK, I kind of keep forgetting that Disneyland exists.
Real as hell. No, it's such a
Oh,
weird.
Yeah, again, Universal World.
Universal! I fucking love
Yeah,
Universal!
but
What were you gonna say about Universal?
It's-
What were we saying?
I went to Universal down here and it's a little iffy. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey.
Interesting. I love Universal.
Mhm.
I love Waterworld. I love Waterworld. My favorite show.
If
I
that
really
film,
want to just go to a theme park.
Come here.
I'm
Me
not
take
gonna
you.
lie.
Me drive you around in car. Me go vroom vroom. Turn up epic in car. We have karaoke session. Sit in 2-hour
I'll
traffic.
make like a playlist.
Ooh. No, I just Spotify and then just join the jam session.
the entire time because you're driving on the wrong side. Like everything is in the wrong side.
It's
the
okay.
entire
You might
time.
see people driving on
you
the right
drive on the
side,
wrong
which is
side
the
of the
wrong
road?
side, and then they're coming at us,
Yeah,
and then
but
we
you drive on
scream.
the wrong side of the road, but
So
then
true.
also the cars.
What
are
the
wrong way
fuck
around. The
is
cars are
this?
The other side, as well.
Yeah, your cars confuse me.
Hey, wait, quiet. Did you sell all the fish you've ever caught?
Fishy.
This
I-
I don't know what this guy is.
Oh, are you looking at the raccoon guy?
Yeah.
Does he
Yeah.
want fish?
Carp? Question mark? Is that carp?
Carp.
Let me see. Is that...
Can you talk to him again on stream? I think
Yeah,
that's a
yeah,
carp.
I think it's a carp. How do I... There we go. It's a carp. We need carp.
Okay.
Carp.
Locked in mission. But like
Locked.
car, it's okay. It's that sounds like I'm talking to car. No, car drive on wrong side, okay. You sometimes get to see people drive on sidewalk. That's not okay. Nowhere. Nowhere
Yeah,
okay.
I always drive on sidewalk.
because it on wrong side of road for me.
It's
and then
okay.
Also,
I put you back seat.
car opposite side.
I put you back
Kinda
seat, then
weird.
you won't know. We just close your eyes.
No,
So true.
no,
True.
no.
We closed your
Carsten,
eyes.
No,
We put eyes
course.
on
No.
Close
on
your eyes.
on. We knock you out.
I get
knock you out.
extremely car sick. I would not suggest that.
I'll punch you in the face. I'll knock you out, and then I'll just put you in the trunk.
That's okay.
It'll
Oh,
look
the
like a
trunk's the
kidnap.
worst.
Yeah, I did. For sure, is worst. We'll put you in the trunk. It'll look like a kidnapping. They'll be like, "Where did you take this little British child?" It's like, "Don't worry, they're my friend."
And I'll be like, no, I'm not a child. And then you'll be like, hush, my child.
Hush, my child. We will solve this. Oh, hello. Sleepover.
Yeah.
What am I doing on my phone? Why do I keep? Oh, Pokemon.
Come on.
Pokemon.
Pokemon. Yeah, you gotta play your Pokemon. I feel like there's no good cards recently. No pretty.
Got any good cards recently. Also, why is
Yeah.
my phone so resistant to
Meow, meow,
Charging.
meow, 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 meow. Oh, it says I will not. Oh, I got a big
No,
mega
it's because
Blaskin.
the charger doesn't sit in the
Oh.
port properly. And so it just decides to like, we're not going to register. And I'm like, nah.
I don't want to
Please.
charge.
I woke up to my phone at 30%
Oh.
today. And I'm like, oh, shit it.
Oh shit it! I need to charge it. Oh shit it!
Goodness.
Mm-hmm.
This one piece of hair. Solved. I just
Piece.
pulled it back. The One Piece is real.
One
Anyways.
Piece.
Come on, Pokemon.
Bless you.
I wanna
Bow,
play
thank you,
cards.
thank
Come on,
you. Bow,
Pokemon.
bow.
Pokemon was down the other down earlier today and yesterday because of the fucking cloud flare going down.
Oh,
Not fun.
Yeah, it went down.
More
Come on.
garlic.
Oh, it just didn't let me do anything. It's just letting me progress.
Oh my god.
Does it need an update or something?
I did
do
get an
see
update.
That's why. It just wasn't registering my inputs at all.
Yeah, no, that's what happened to me too. I'm like, what's happening? And then it was like, oh, update. I'm like, you could have told me sooner. You just sat here and did nothing.
It's raining.
Yeah, it just like sat here for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like, please. What
Anyway,
do
I'm
you
gonna
need?
exclusively open the Altaria packs.
Real as hell. I don't know which one I opened today.
She's pretty. Okay.
Summer. It's not summer yet.
Why did
Just
I get
okay.
3 of the same card? You go quiet?
is the fish you want a river fish or a sea fish?
Is carp
It's
river?
in the mountain.
Mountain.
Oh,
Lake.
okay.
None of the above. Lake.
Like,
It's all you got and none of it.
We have so much ancient fruit.
Perfectly inanimate.
I'm gonna see if I can make more.
You're gonna make more
What's
what?
it called? Sprinklers
Mm,
for that, so we can
sprinkler.
plant more.
Yes.
Oh, me go, Robin.
Ew,
Me
why
go.
is this semi-poorly? So, would you paint me like one of your French girls, Jack?
Oh my god, I need to catch up on stuff. Max, I did not see the Chainsaw Man movie, even though it is my favorite arc. I didn't fucking go see it because I'm a fucking failure. Not being available for it yet? The longest time, that's crazy. You guys get in Universal Park is going this year? I believe it's 2030.
Crazy.
2030, damn.
Two more sprinklers.
I'm gonna be so old by then.
Really?
Not really. I'm gonna be so old.
If you need iridium for iridium sprinklers, you can take some from me. I have like 1 million.
I'm actually more needing battery packs.
Oh, that's true.
So
I might have some battery packs you
that.
can
I
steal.
don't know what I need. Oh, how many do you need?
1 million.
Well,
Two.
Like 4.
you need 2? Okay, I have
Two of
13,
them.
so I give 2. I'm running to you.
How many carp do you need?
It's so good.
I think
Yeah.
just one
Oh,
carp.
hello. Wait, go.
Just 1.
Did
Oh,
I? Did you
okay.
take it?
I
Okay.
got 2.
Yay! I'm gonna go see Robin first. Stealing.
Who liked my showcase of exclusively Beedrill?
Yeah, my friend said I need to talk to my friend. I meant to see if I could go see it with him. Horse raider. Horse raider. Horse radish. The horse is raiding,
Yeah,
I guess.
I'm looking on like the websites and that, and nobody's been pulling any cards.
No special cards at all.
Yeah.
It's been this recent pack has been shit.
Yeah.
That's the wrong button. Construct building. I want a shed, Robin.
I'm saying.
Something just fell. Something just happened. 300 wood, 1500. You take my money,
Something made a
Robin.
noise.
Something just happened.
Sarah could hear that something made a noise in her room.
Yes, it was my mic cord. It has McFallen.
Oh.
Me
I
go
guess
there?
I
No.
accidentally didn't pick up any of the
Me, boom.
chicken for
Boom.
taste, right?
Chicken?
Chicken?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god, she has
forgot
such
to pick
cute
up
things.
any of the eggs.
No. Cattle. Oh. Was it?
Is there a dresser?
Oh.
Is she selling a dresser?
Scrolling. I don't see dresser. I do not see dresser. How much is furniture catalog?
I have an entire chest worth of clothes that I need to put somewhere.
Oh, this don't me
but I
like.
can't put them anywhere.
200? Give. Oh, you said big. Oh, all go big. Sorry. Don't. Brick floor. Brick.
Good.
Brick kind nice. Brick kind nice. Brick kind nice.
Eat the bricks.
Brick take. Stepstone. Me take. Straw floor. Ugly. Bye, Robin. Ugly. Where? Oh,
Me
where?
too, buddy.
I'm coming to collect my carp. No. Wait, what do you mean? You're not ugly.
No,
Yeah.
you take that back.
Yeah, what I said. May I have carp? Don't drop in water, though. Come here. I don't want drop in water. It may want to go home, but it's not allowed to. Yes. It didn't look like you gave it to me because you had 2, and I was like, you're just holding the carp still. Meow, meow,
Do I
meow,
wanna try and open some of the? I'm
Tempat.
missing. Yeah, I can't decide what I want to open the 10-pack for, though.
Oh, how much you
I'm
missing?
so tempted to do Shining Revelry.
Do
Oh
it,
yeah,
shiny
which
ones
one
are
did
really
I
good.
do?
Do
I
it.
want to pick my shiny. I want to get my shiny Beedrill.
Ooh,
I say do it.
shiny, shiny,
I say
shiny.
do it.
Oh, I did Secluded
Good.
Springs. That's what I opened today.
One more.
What am I doing? Oh, raccoon. Where's shiny Revelry? Ah, I see, I see. I couldn't read for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, this pack
Yeah.
has
Hello, hello.
Golden Go. I
You'll be
have
doing
Golden
good.
Go
Mhm.
already. I have like 12 of them. This pack has Tatsugiri, which is really
Not eat.
cute. This one
Mr.
has
Raccoon, Mr.
nothing.
Raccoon, we're giving the...
This
When
one
raccoon
also
appear,
has
not rain?
nothing.
Sorry.
Maybe not rain.
Maybe not rain, maybe not rain.
I got a
Rain.
fucking shiny Lucario.
Ooh.
Again.
A piece
I don't
yellow
want it.
dog.
I want B.
We don't want it.
I want Pikachu EX.
Ooh. That's a better card pool than with the new packs. How do I get back home? How do I get back
I got
home?
I got the Weasel, the really cute one where it's self-fan.
Weasel.
Um,
Okay, what do I have in pocket?
I got another
Stone
Golden
Build.
Go.
Me stone build. Boom boom.
I got a Bibarel EX. I don't know how many more packs I have left.
Rich.
That had
14.
nothing in it.
Damn.
Oh, that was all of
Stream
it.
is going great. Stream is going
Damn.
wonderful.
My
Hmm?
B.
How much?
I wanted my B.
I think I'm gonna be
I
rich
have
off a
7
stone.
of the full-out Golden Goes. Do you want one? I can give you one.
He's like, I don't want this taken away from me.
I have 7.
Oh my good heaven.
I have 13 Kakuna cards.
Raccoon. Raccoon. Sorry. Not sorry. Okay, if
Hello.
the boom
You need any help?
from that way, maybe
have-
go.
No, I just.
I
make
can start-
seeds.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
I can start watering things. As a help.
Shwa.
I was like, where are you watering? It's raining outside. You're inside.
We are inside.
Wait, inside. Yeah. Brain had to be like, wait, oh, inside. Bam. Bam. What's up to these days? Honestly, working, streaming, I'm editing a lot now, which is quite fun. I really enjoy editing now.
It's fun.
Yeah. I need to get I don't need B's silver stamp seal? Yeah, seal of approval, but like I don't know if I like the Arc Raiders edits I have. I think cuz I feel like it's too plain, but it's nicely edited. It's just like a normal little edit. But my brain's like, no, need more pizzazz.
Sorry, too much pizzazz is not good.
Yeah,
There
it
we
just
go.
goes with the beat of the music because it got stuck in my head because the like loading in was so perfect to the beginning of the
Let
song,
me see if I can
and I'm like, man,
make
it works so well.
seed
Boom, 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 boom. Where the fuck the drums at? Wait,
Okay, wood coal and gold bar. It's at it's like at the entrance of the farm.
I'm like, who the fuck hit that sick beat? And then I was like, wait,
Sorry.
where is the sick beat? Also, artist? Well, yes, I am. It's just my big dream, so
You're
sip
cool.
the gossip, drink too many jokes. Okay, okay. Me no like me go from. I should really
When
learn
I
to
can, I need
speak.
to get more silly little art of you. Art
Yes.
from you.
Yes. Me like. Sorry, I'm making shapes. I almost said I'm making shapes with my mind. That sounds really bad. I'm making fun shapes. Path. Me like.
Mines with my
Me
shape.
like.
Me
It's a
like.
tree. Oh, I forgot I can walk in this game.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking
Hey, I'm
here. I
walking.
think like that. That might be nice. No. Need balance.
I have 71 out of 111.
Balance. See the circus. Just see the circus.
Oh well.
There's it under the rug.
There's nothing
Oh,
much you
just
think
go
I can
here.
really do.
We need more torches. Also, artist? Hell yeah. What type of art you do? You
Your art.
Joseph. What the fuck you say? What the
I said your art is really cool.
It is.
Sip that gossip, burn down your toe. Well, you're not. I need more statue. I'm sorry, rock maker. We got move. Being relocated. Put diamond in. Boom. I was like, why is Turnip going to bed? It's so early. It's 10 p.m. It's not that early anymore.
Early.
It's not that early anymore. Love it. I'm leaning forward.
I need to go to Skull Caverns again. I might go to Skull Caverns tomorrow.
Skull Cabin.
No, I should probably go to bed. Just in general.
Oh, I didn't mean to exit.
I think I'm gonna go to bed after the next day.
Like IRL
Maybe, I
bed.
don't know. Yeah, it's
Yes,
getting
good,
it's
good, good,
nearly
good.
10 o'clock.
I just needed to
and
confirm
I
and
can
make
get to
sure.
bed. Yeah, it's 7 minutes to 10.
I mean, it's almost at 4 hours, so not bad idea.
That's true. I could do this next day and then go to bed. I don't know.
Cat space.
Sleep is good.
Yes.
Mhm.
Keep very
When are you
good.
gonna go to bed?
Me? Never.
Yeah,
No,
obviously.
you have work.
You're the one in the same time zone as me.
I know.
Silly.
I'll probably like do one more day, then go bed.
If we do
Say I'm
that, then we
probably
all
gonna-
could just end a nice.
Yeah.
Nice 4-hour stream. I was about to crash out. I couldn't say the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you didn't hear my neck crack.
Silly. Oh, we heard it.
Just hearing car. Oh, we heard it. Oh, we did. Oh, I can take off these stupid goggles.
They're damn. Can't believe you called them
Hurts the goggles
stupid.
feelings.
I'll put on my
The
good old
goggles
cap.
Feelings.
Well, they look silly. I hate this hat.
You know what else looks silly? Me.
Gus just gave me fish.
Oh my god, my wine.
I'm sleepy. Wait, can I try the goggles on, Sarah? I want to see what they look like with this one.
There's a set of there's 2 sets of goggles in my room. If you...
Oh,
Can
extra
I have a pair of
goggles.
goggles?
Yeah, come here.
Thank you.
Oh, hat, bucket hat, fedora store hat it is. Just like the pirates. That I made
Are they in
for
that chest?
No, thank you, Leah. It's all
Thank you.
good. What song is this? This is
Put the
so
goggles
calm.
on.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Nice
beautiful.
moon. It's my sleepy music.
It's okay. I don't know if you noticed, but I am in fact wearing the
One
mayor's
step,
on.
2 step,
so-
3 step, 4. Okay, I need clear
No.
the
Oh.
bath.
You seeing everything in extra vision today.
Damn.
I can see all.
Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go Skull Cavern with?
Yeah, can I get? I need to get some salads though, or some sort of food.
Give me a sec. There you go.
Thank you. It's cabin time, baby.
Wait. Let me throw you a couple more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can mini juke it? I can make mini
Thank you.
juke. Yeah, mini jukebox. Sorry, I had to process
Did you
sentence.
pick them up?
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Oh, we gotta wait till Pam's here.
Sag.
You're missing the bus
Yeah.
driver.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stone path, yay.
Ooh, ooh,
What the hell y'all doing? Daisy. Oh, we're almost done. Oh, did I have my
I'm
back
making
in the room
noises.
Hey, quiet. Guess what?
done? What if put
What?
stone here?
Mm,
Make foam?
mm,
Yes.
mm,
I need foam
Mm.
there.
mm, mm,
Foam. Yeah, foam.
mm.
Who fucking honked? I don't like that golden mare. I forgot about him.
Hey, Kai.
Do you not love him there?
He scared me.
Hey, Kai.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Step, step. Hello. I am making your path. Oh.
Is Pam here? Oh, Pam's here. Sorry, I was tapped out.
Hi.
Mm.
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 I make path for you,
Just go fuck around.
princess. Oh, princess.
Thank you, princess.
No, princess.
Thank you, princess. You're welcome, princess. I'm making your path. Okay, if this cow wants to move out of the way.
Over this whole area with path. 'Cause then
Hi,
we
hi,
have a
hi.
courtyard.
You're so right.
Where's
You're
the
so right.
cow?
Okay,
Wait,
you're so
where are you
right.
I'm going to Skull
Where are you
Cavern.
going? Oh, this way.
Go to Skull Cavern.
So
Courtyard.
different.
Yes, Barbie song on.
Quiet, I explode.
I make
Quiet,
that
I explode.
room.
Make tables.
Quiet, move out the way.
Yes.
That's gonna
Okay, I did that.
be... Yeah. Wait, go down hole. Go down hole. Hole. Hole.
Hole.
There's a shaft.
Yeah.
It's not
I
even 1 a.m.
said that. Yeah, okay.
It's good.
Look, sometimes you gotta talk about it not at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
True.
But that's
Yeah.
the best time.
No, because we end up going on Power Wash and then just talking about the most batshit insane things.
Okay,
There's
that's
a
fair.
ladder over here.
Yeah,
I need more stone.
it's become a thing.
Yeah.
I have like 3 stacks of stone if you want.
I just need to craft in my pocket. Excuse me, cat. We have made courtyard.
Ladder
Not a
here.
ladder up. Ladder.
Well, the
we
beginning of a courtyard. I had to trim some of your grass. I'm sorry. Well, not really
Well, we
sorry,
leave.
but it's been demolished. I'll just imagine that the cows ate
Right,
it
go
really
get whole
fast. I give you like a little work line. And then
Oh, there's a hole there. I want the
I'll
iron.
give you the oh, nope, do not offer your
We go down-
my stone to
I go down shaft.
There's a big shaft.
Mm-hmm.
hello.
Hello.
I don't like
Wink wonk with
that.
both eyes.
Mm-hmm.
If
Ooh,
it
there's another shaft.
With my eye.
put one there.
We'll go down in a second. I want to kill this guy.
Locked into padding.
Ooh. There we go.
I just
Sorry.
went on a 2-hour ghouling adventure and fixed my mic. Damn. How's that been, Vaya? Hopefully everything worked out.
Wait.
I need pig
Where'd
move.
that go? Quiet, move out the way. Quiet, get out the way. I placed bomb down and you no leave.
Carl, you want path to anything else on farm?
Yeah,
Shut
we
it
could just
out.
leave, to be honest.
Are you fine
These-
with path that?
This was a hell.
I don't know if I like my wood path. or
Get the
if I
fuck
want
outta
a
here.
stone path.
We can always make
need to
rustic.
get
Hold on. Let me go get wood. I'll be right back. Wait, let me see
Oh,
it.
wood.
Wood. That's not how I chop wood. There we go. I can make like that path.
Okay,
Look,
I'm
on
just gonna
emerald.
split the middle.
Oh, maybe put that down here for like a dock.
But the ooh, okay. Let me go get more
Use the
wood.
hole.
Ooh.
Right, like that.
Quite, I
What?
don't think you should be asking where the hole is.
Easy effects.
Oh.
Okay, fair. I mean, at least you learned. That's me learning DaVinci Resolve. There's this one man on YouTube. I literally just watch all of his videos.
Yeah, found it.
He's so
That's a
helpful.
lot of-
Well, DaVinci is so easy, but the best way to learn about DaVinci is just fuck around and find out.
That's literally what I do. I'm like, when I don't
go
know.
into tutorial hell. Don't
Oh,
go tutorial hell.
No, I just watched the man of like DaVinci for noobs. I love him. He just shows
Yeah.
the quick
There's a
like,
lot of
okay,
down
here's
here.
what you press, and I'm like, thank you.
Lad.
I just don't know what all these words are. Like me trying to figure out
Oh, you'll
how
get
to
used to it.
say. I didn't know. I knew what masking was, but I didn't know the word of which I needed to describe what masking and rotoscoping
no
is.
Oh,
So I was like, what is this? I
Go ahead.
want do this. How do? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want like just like
Cave
that
cow.
car?
Yum.
Yeah.
Like little plaque? Okay, little
It's
plaque,
another
little
I love
plaque.
how you guys are decorating and we're
Yeah.
fighting for our lives.
Yeah, you don't worry,
Yeah.
don't worry.
Oh, there's a hole here. There's a hole
Yeah,
here.
that's nice. Okay.
Mhm.
We're on level
I
17.
want to play with like how this look. Like inside. Oh, I guess I can do really big inside. Oh, we can make a little planter in here. But like,
Manta?
what if we make a
I held
planter
it.
here? I'm gonna put stone back down, but like, oh, wrong stone, rocking stone,
Rocket stone.
rocking
Stone.
stone.
Oh, I feel so weepy.
Stop it!
Same here. This is definitely my last day.
Pull it together. You must get out of the mines first. You must live.
What
There's
was
a
that
lot of
ladder here?
I gotta kill these guys.
I've used DaVinci one.
It's on like a web.
DaVinci's
die.
very fun. Turnip, I'm going to put some stone on your path
We gotta kill
to
these
even
guys.
out
somehow.
everything. Oh, hello. We're gonna make path.
One.
Let's go boom, go boom.
Yeah. Quiet. Be careful. Quiet. Be careful. Be careful.
I gotta.
I gotta eat
Squish.
salad. I'm about to die.
Oh, wow,
Don't
thank you.
die.
You can
I'm
move
getting
the
hit
shipping
by my
bin
own
later.
bomb. Okay, I'm a little
Oh, that's just
stupid.
normal. Oh, we'll move that
Me
later. Or you can leave
too.
it like that. That's okay. I won't do that
Let me place
since
on a bomb to kill this guy because it's just
that's
easier.
that. I'm gonna fix.
Yeah,
Oh my
no,
god, this
the
is
mummies
Scoomber's
only die
house.
from bombs.
Can't you got it? I think. Oh, fair. I mean, we can leave it there. It's not bad. Unless
Yeah,
you
no,
want it to
you can
move.
move it, but only at Robin, I believe.
So dramatic. Robin's working
Kai
anyways.
hole, Kai hole, Kai hole.
Oh,
Kai
no.
hole.
Oh, hole.
Oh my god, you have such prime
Ooh,
real
big
estate
hole.
down here. Oh, the drums are down there. You have such nice real
Ooh,
estate.
8 levels.
Eh.
8 level hole.
And ladder's just right here.
I think we can put something there.
Get the fuck down. Sorry, I didn't mean to abandon you.
You abandoned me. No, it's okay.
I'm gonna take one of the graveyards. Alright, yeah, welcome. You're welcome. I'm gonna put a dramatic grave under this peach tree.
Yeah.
Like somebody died there. A loved one died under there. Oh my god, I should put. That means I gotta water that one flower. Just kidding. Do I have a flower in my house? Oh, I do.
Kept hitting the ground.
Bam. Actually, give me that calico cat. Give me that. We're taking her outside.
Treasure room?
Ooh, got
I
cactus
got a
seeds.
cherry sapling.
But that get covered by that.
I was
the
gonna
cactus
get an
seeds.
autocutter.
Ooh, this
Oh,
way,
why
this
did
one,
we do
over
that? I
here,
went
over
straight down.
here. Yeah. Cat go there. Cat go vroom. What if me make? Oh, welcome to the era of me crafting. Ow. Boom.
Ooh, Okay, ladder.
Do we like?
Yeah, just place a bomb down there for a
Hmm,
second.
I found the adder.
I don't know if me like, but me leave for now.
Yeah. We have got down way
Yeah.
further than I expected us to.
Pure gamers. Oh, what if fix
We're
this?
gamers. We gaming.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a dino here.
Gay.
Ooh, Dino Door.
Mers. Dinodor?
Dino Door. He dead
Dinodor.
now.
Oh, dead Dinodor. Just
And I
like
got a bone to donate.
yippee! We can complete the collection finally. I finish. I refinish. Gar's fish. Oh,
Ah, quiet. Never mind, it's okay. I got swarmed by three of
there's evil
three
hounds
serpents.
of retribution.
I have 19 health. Give me a second to eat food.
Oh my god, don't die. In the
It's
mine.
okay, no die.
In the mines. Oh, I should
God,
see if
no.
my little fella's down there.
Never.
Oh my
I'm
fella.
slow. I'm so slow.
Oh, I found a hole. Quiet. There's a big hole.
I'm listening to a fucking Dream SMP song. This song went hard when it came out. The scrolls are really good. Oh, is this the girl who did? I can't pause this game. I can look it up on my phone. Oh, I had Pokemon up.
There we go. Oh, we need to leave. Quiet, we
we
need to
gotta
leave.
go. We gotta
Raccoon.
go.
Raccoon, I bring you carp. Yes, I bring
It's
carp.
12.
Oh, munch.
Run,
Ow.
run.
Horseradish? I was about to scream at
We can
him.
get a horseradish.
Yeah, I have a horseradish. I just didn't know he wanted more. It needs midnight. I can make it back down there. I can't. I for sure cannot make it back down there.
Bad horse.
No.
Horse. He wants the horse that radishes. I'll give it to him when we play again.
I hope it's okay if we have a sweep over.
Sleep over! Yes. I'm not even in my bed.
Yeah, babe.
Oh, hello. Oh my god.
You didn't see that. You didn't see that.
Welcome to my humble abode.
Hello.
Sweep over. Whoever it is not in bed, I would suggest that you get in
Yeah.
if that's okay.
Yeah, the girl who did this Dream SMP song did Pomegranate Lips. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's the same artist. So she makes
Excuse
good
me.
music.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, my Japanese
I'm
music.
feeling it now.
It's okay. We all okay.
No,
You
you
two
break
go
them
to
off
bed,
forever.
and we end over stream.
Okay.
Thank you for having us.
on my desk
Yeah.
I eat cheese instead.
Thank you for having us.
Okay.
for community
It was very fun.
Oh, turn up passed out.
No, turn him down.
I'm so down. Like, no.
Appreciate you so much, Sarah.
Yes, I appreciate you all. I love farm time. Passed out in bed. Oh, that's so funny. Oh,
Oh
it's
my
raining
gosh.
again.
Yeah.
Anyways,
There you go.
Uno reverse card exits game. Get it done.
Gotta
Get it done. Get it done.
get
Also,
it
seeing what AnimeCon with on the side, I'm like ah. We'll just pull a delete, and no one will ever know. Anyways, yes, thank you for joining me. I love you all.
Bye.
Goodbye. The stupid fucking meme that Kwai sent. So funny. I'm going to take that and draw something over it. I don't know who has. I will do something with it. Back to say, yes, you're back just in time. Oh, should I raid out? I was just gonna end stream. I think I should just end stream. I don't know. It feels like a very calm, like. It feels like a very calm week where it's like, okay, we're just here, chill, catch up. Yes, sleep well, Kai, as well as you, Kai. Get it done, get it done. I think we just end. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, we're just gonna end. We're just gonna end. We're just gonna end. It feels like that type of week. It's just a very calm week before the storm of me working for 5 days. Working for 4 days straight, then 4 days straight again. I love you, Jalen. I love you, Jalen. I'm gonna fucking text you and make sure you're okay later. That's fucking crazy. Stream, yes! It was nice catching up with you, Max. I'm glad you're doing well and everything. So sorry for your wallet, but your collection will be very happy for Mongo. I will have a good rest of my day. I feel the coldness from outside, so I'm very happy. Very happy. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, Scaredy Cat. I loved Scaredy Cat by... I almost just called him Ian. Is his name, but... DPR. Depar. Keeping us... Fuck you? Yeah. Fuck you on repeat? Yeah. Night night. I love you all. I'm gonna say goodbye here. Tomorrow we will have horror stream. Most likely we'll play Dead Take since I'm refusing to play Resident Evil because Kai's not feeling well. Unless Kai makes a full 100 recovery. Which will not happen. You need the rest. We will just chill and play some horror tomorrow. Or do something else. I'll see what I have, but we'll probably just play Dead Take. We've been talking about that for a while and then we didn't play it when it came out, so might as well play it now. You know? Other than that, I love you all. I need to fucking edit. Staying in bed as much as I can tomorrow? Yes, as you should. As you deserve, truth be told. I mute all those. Hear me out, Mass Effect. We do gotta bring that back, but we gotta bring back, what the fuck is that called? Kingdom Hearts. We need to finish Dying Light so we can go to Kingdom Hearts. God, I love this song. It's so short, though. Yeah, other than that, tomorrow will be some horror games. Just chill out and everything. Next week, I can only stream Wednesday. I think it'll either be Farming or Dying Light. It'll be the in-between of those two. I don't know which one it'll be. I kind of think Dying Light because I want to play somewhere. I might play some more off stream and just do some little like side quest and everything. If anything major happens, I'll update you guys. But yeah, other than that, next week's gonna fucking suck. I'll make bank though. I'll make some hella money. But I'll miss you guys. I'll keep you guys updated on everything. I will hydrate. Let me do your roll, Kai. Roll for sleeps. Oh, you're gonna have amazing sleeps. You got 18, 18, and a 14. You're gonna have great sleeps. So please rest up, get some good sleeps and everything. Other than that, I'm gonna say goodbye from here. So bye-bye. Sorry we haven't rated out this week. It just feels like a very calm week. But yeah, I did post a short yesterday on YouTube and on TikTok. So if you haven't seen that, it's a stupid RV one. My audio was broken from that, so I couldn't use the audio. So it's just music. You can't hear the screams that I'm letting out, especially after I'm laying on the ground dead. In RV there yet, but it's quite funny, enjoyable. If not, I'm gonna try to post the Arc Raiders one and just actually get that out. But I love you all. I hope you have all a good rest of your day. Please rest up, take care of yourself, everybody, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.